Welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and streamed on AACPS's YouTube channel. Before we begin, I've been asked to remind everyone of the protocols in the boardroom for today. Face masks must be worn at all times while in the Parham building. Face masks must cover both nose and mouth at all times. All persons must be seated unless testifying before the board. No signs, banners of any kind are permitted. No profanity or other loud, boisterous behavior that can reasonably be expected to alarm other attendees is permitted. No weapons of any type, firearm, knives, chemical spray, batons, etc., none are permitted. No food or beverage other than clear water allowed in the boardroom. Failure to comply with meeting rules stated above and from the board president may result in ejection from the building. We will begin with the invocation. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance. Stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding.
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 2.03 on the agenda, approval of the minutes.
I move to adopt the minutes as written.
Any discussion? Do I have consensus to adopt the minutes? Okay. Item 2.04, establish agenda order. Any discussion on the agenda?
Move to adopt the agenda order.
Do I have consensus to adopt the agenda order? Okay. The agenda has been adopted. Item 2.05. This is our time to remember our dearly beloved colleague, Candace C.W. Antwine. I know that we're all feeling this loss very deeply. And I'm just going to go around and offer all of my colleagues the opportunity to express. I begin with Ms. Schallheim.
Before I start, I just want to say that I'm sitting over here for my personal health and safety.
On July 16, 2021, our community lost a devoted public servant and staunch advocate for our students and school system when Candace C.W. Antwine, Board of Education member who represented District 1, passed away unexpectedly. Candace was not only my colleague, but also a dear friend, a real friend, a true friend, someone who understood me and really knew me. To say that I am heartbroken and devastated is an understatement. My heart goes out to her son, Joey, a Meade High School graduate, and to her family and friends. While her 6-year term on the board was cut short only after 2 years and 7 months, she made an indelible mark on the school system. Candace focused on the health of the school system, promoting inclusion of our diverse student body, eradicating bullying and bias, supporting our military families, and those who often didn't have a voice. Whether you agreed with her votes or not, no one can say that she didn't always put the students first. Her death is a loss for the entire community. I will always be proud of the work Candace and I, along with our other board colleagues, accomplished over the last couple of years. Candace's perspective was always needed. A diverse school system requires diverse representation on the board in all aspects. Candace not only represented her district well, but also fought for all students from all corners of the county. She served on multiple board committees as well as on several Maryland Association of Boards of Education, MABE, committees. As some of you are aware, I'm currently developing meaningful and lasting ways to honor her memory and carry her work to benefit the students in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. You'll hear about a couple of those in a moment. Proceeding on the path she helped forge with her colleagues, myself included, is the only way I can get through this tragedy and heal. Hardly a replacement for her presence, collaboration, and friendship. May Candace's memory forever be a blessing. Thank you.
Dr. Tobin?
Thank you. I only had the opportunity to serve with Ms. Antwine for a few months. But in that time, we had some very long conversations on the phone, driving around to visit schools when we were finally able to do so. And it became clear very quickly that we shared some essential core values. The first was caring deeply for and serving every student, not only in our districts, but in this entire county, and the teachers and staff who care for them and work for them every day. The other was a deep commitment to public service. She had lived this commitment through her service in the U.S. military. I grew up with it as the daughter of a U.S. diplomat. And we both understood through our shared experience that public service is about sacrifice. She, who was willing to lay down her life for her country. My father, who took himself and his family into danger consistently. His office was blown up. Kidnapping threats were leveled towards me throughout my childhood, and he did so without the benefit of a uniform or a weapon. But we both understood that public service is about a commitment to what this nation stands for. And we also shared sadness and dismay at hearing discussions of freedom that failed to recognize that freedom is intimately entwined with sacrifice, with caring for your fellow human being, and with a deep commitment to a notion of the common good. We cannot speak of our rights and our freedoms if we cannot speak of sacrifice and the common good. I will remember Ms. Antwine as a generous and kind colleague, as a fierce advocate for all the children in this county. But above all else, I will remember her as a person who understood in the deepest way, forged through her own experience, what it means to sacrifice for others, for the common good, so that we may all truly be free.
Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, President Ellis. I was fortunate enough to take office with Miss Antwine, and we both raised our hands and took our oath of office. And over the years, you get to know a person pretty well. And Candace and I would always joke around that we were, we fought like sisters and loved one another like sisters. And I think one of the best examples of that was last year in the throes of uncertainty as COVID was still going. We were still in the downhill slope, of course. And out of the clear blue, amidst all the fury and everybody talking about their wants, their needs, she sends me this little text. And I'm praying for you. You've been in my thoughts. That is the type of person she was. She was not the one texting me about her needs, about her personal opinion. She was there making sure that I was supported before I went out there to run the meeting. And it's truly noteworthy. Her service was who she was. And I think some people feel that they're born to run into a burning building, that they were born to serve in a variety of capacities in the military and otherwise, or in public office like we do, and a combination therein. It's a mentality that society should be embracing. There's a lot about Miss Antwine's legacy and about what she has left us as a community that we can elevate, embrace, and most importantly, call our own. We have the ability to do so much together as a community. And I know her community is mourning, and her family is mourning, and we are mourning her loss. But there's a lot to be hopeful for. She made a point, despite her health, to come here and be at our meetings no matter what, even if it's in a robot, on a robot screen sometimes. And so our obligation is to carry that on in a variety of ways. But she will always be in my heart, and she will always be in the heart of AACPS, I truly believe. And she will be greatly missed. And I look forward to carrying on the things that her and I have worked together and to watch it materialize. Truly the best way to honor her service to all of us. Thank you.
Ms. Frank.
Ms. Antwine and I did not have as much in common as some board members, but I respected her greatly, and she was a deeply religious woman, and I really appreciated a lot of her views, and where she came from was rooted in her great faith. We were able to maintain a very positive relationship, though we had some lively debates, and I believe that our mutual respect was important in what we face as a society today. The ability to look to another human being and disagree with them, but to be able to find common ground to allow you to both move forward. I appreciated that she was willing to reach out to me, and I have tried to reach out to her as well, and find that common ground. To honor her memory, I will continue to strive to do that. And I think that she has made a lasting impact upon me personally, and I also believe a lasting impact upon this board.
Mr. Silkworth?
Thank you, President Ellis. I would like to remind everyone that on August the 25th, I believe it is at 7 p.m., there will be a tribute to Candace Antwine at North County High School. Everyone, of course, is invited as we celebrate the life and the work of Candace. Candace and I had several things in common. First, we served in the military, and Candace was very proud of her service to this country, as I am of my service. Second, we both decided to volunteer our services for the students of Anne Arundel County. I taught for 49 years, and I ran for the Board of Education for the kids. And when I arrived to this Board of Education, it was clear that Candace was already here advocating for the kids. She started by advocating for her own son, Joey, and students at Meade High. As a Board of Education member, she always advocated for the students that we serve and their well-being. It is actually still mind-boggling to realize that although Candace should be seated next to me on the dais, she's not. At least physically, she's not. I suggest to you that to live in hearts we leave behind is not to die. Candace will live on in the hearts of those who knew her and knew her caring attitude and her desire to make sure that all of our students have the same opportunities to develop the greatness from within. I understand that there will be some discussion about ROTC, a scholarship in honor of Candace Antwine, and I sincerely believe that Candace would be honored to sponsor and award such a scholarship to deserving JROTC students in this county. I clearly will support the creation of this scholarship because it will keep the precious memories of Candace Antwine alive. So at this point, I'm talking to Candace. Candace, as you advocate with the angels, please know that we do appreciate and recognize the positive impact that you have had on so many in Anne Arundel County. God bless you, Candace.
Dr. Arlotto, would you like to?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity. There's little that I can add to the wonderful words that have been shared and heartfelt warmth for Candace. Like you, I haven't quite come to grips with her sudden loss, but we've had an opportunity to work together. And I am looking forward to the 25th. Thank you for reminding us, Mr. Silkworth, that we'll be able to spend some time together celebrating Candace. And I believe that's what Candace would want us to do. I look at the pictures before us and I see that bright smile, and I am reminded of what Candace was about from my perspective, which was joy. She brought joy to a room. She brought joy to the conversation, even when the conversation was difficult with me. There is no question Candace Antwine was a force of nature. She had a clear vision of how children should be educated and how individuals should treat each other. And she lived that. And there was a joy in her heart, and there was a caring in her heart and her demeanor each and every day, which I appreciated. Again, she was definitely a force of nature, and we wrestled at times on issues, but she wanted to learn. She wanted to learn more so that she could make decisions that she thought were always in the best interest of children. And so I thank you for the opportunity. We will certainly miss Candace. She has made a lasting impact on this board and this school system and how we educate children in the very short time she was with us as a member of the board. And I look forward to next week and our celebrating her life. Thank you.
I just want to share a few personal things about Candace. Candace, yes, Candace was a colleague. Candace and I, well, I was going to say we met on the campaign trail. The first time I met Candace was actually at a Meade High School PTA meeting. She was a very, very proud Mustang mom. And you could feel Candace's presence before you even were aware you were in the room with her. She was, just as Dr. Arlotto described, just the brightest light in the room. I thank you, Mr. Mosier and your team. You captured just fantastic pictures, because that smile that's Candace. But a few things about Candace. As a board member, Candace was the least predictable board member that I have served with. It does not matter what the issue was, because Candace did not take a side. Candace was very laser focused on the action, on what is it we're trying to do. And so a lot of times you try to predict what someone's going to do based on their opinion about a subject, rather than focusing on the policy and the action. And I so admired that about Candace. And it was just such an honor to work alongside her on many, many important topics that this board has taken on in our time together. And Candace, as we all know, she was all about the students. The students were always at the forefront of every single decision she made, every word that came out of her mouth. And she would speak and fight passionately for what she believed. Yet even when she would get angry, and we've all gotten angry at times as we feel very strongly about things, that bright light never dimmed. That positive energy was still all around her as she was passionately arguing her side. I think there is just so much to be learned from how Candace served. I know I personally learned a lot from her. She was not just a colleague, she was a friend. We shared many, many laughs. She always reminded me of the importance of family. We would be working hard on something, and one of my kids would walk in the room and need something, and she would say, "No, go. I'll call you back. You call me back." Always family first. This is all still not real to me. This is actually, in this very moment right now, is the most real it's been yet. There's less going on in the summer as far as us meeting and doing regular business, and it's unbelievable. I can't believe she's not here. But what brings me great comfort is knowing that just a few weeks ago, she and Mo Gaba certainly enjoyed a very, very warm hug. And her work there to lift up this amazing student is just a shining example of how important the students were to her. And I'm so honored to have served with her. Thank you all for the opportunity for us to share this moment. Ms. Omisori?
If we were to all go on about everything that Miss Antoine was able to do for this community and this county, I think we would be here until next year. When I first heard of Miss Antoine's name, the first thing that I was told about her is that she'll be an ally. She will be a friend. She will be a mentor. She is someone that you can call on the phone and expect her to pick up. I was told she is someone to look forward to meeting on the board. And I think one of the most regrettable things is that I will not get to be as blessed as the rest of us in being able to know her for such a long period of time. Anyone who got to know her was blessed in that regard. Even looking at our agenda, at a word that says vacant, I feel like it's an error, a typo, a mistake, but it's not. And while she is not here, her memory is, her legacy is, and the things that she was preparing to do this school year, those will not be dropped. They will be picked up, prioritized, and followed suit. I will personally make sure of that. Before becoming a board member, I just watched these meetings and I looked to Miss Antwine as the only woman of color who looked like me on the board, and looked to her and thought, if I ever don't know what I want to do, what would Miss Antwine do? And so I would say to anyone, especially my colleagues on the board, if you ever feel like you don't know what you want to do, you don't know how to proceed, think, what would Miss Antwine do? And if you think like that, if you go down on that path, I promise you, you will not be making a wrong decision. I would invite, as Mr. Silkworth has, to anyone who is available on August 25th to come down to North County, because for me, when it comes to funerals, it's very sad. It's very, obviously, like anyone else, very hard to grieve what you can't even believe you've lost. But I think it's better if we as a community celebrate what we had and try to continue what we had when Miss Antwine was with us not too long ago. And so I never want it to be a matter in which we forget what a great board member we had in our presence. So regardless of all the meetings we're going to have this school year and years past, I want us to make sure that we're always thinking, what would Miss Antwine do? Because if we do that, we will be on a great path that puts our students first. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. I'm sorry. And did I miss you going down the line? I am so very sorry about that. I'm a little distracted, I think, by the topic. But thank you. Those are very, very kind words, and certainly the appropriate way to close out this agenda item. I do want to thank Mr. Silkworth for announcing the memorial next week. Very much look forward to continuing to celebrate the life of Miss Antwine. It's hard to move on. Item 2.06, proposal for ROTC scholarship to honor Miss Antwine. Ms. Schalheim.
I'm going to present a resolution in a second, and after we have a discussion and hopefully an affirmative vote on this, please come back to me. I have something more to say after we do that before we move on to the next agenda item, and I thank you in advance for that. Before I read this, I want to say a special thank you to another former board member, and that's Bob Leib. I was sitting in my living room beside myself with what to do and how to best honor Candace, and gave him a call because he's also a veteran, and so this idea was really born from that conversation. So I wanted to thank him in advance for that. So if you're watching out there, Bob, thank you. So this is just one of hopefully several ways I would like to personally, along with my colleagues, help honor her memory in a meaningful way and in a lasting way. And so I offer this resolution to the board. There's a lot of whereases, so just bear with me. Whereas our colleague and friend, Candace C.W. Antwine, was deeply committed to serving all Anne Arundel County public school students. Whereas the board is committing to carrying on the work that Ms. Antwine was dedicated to forward in a meaningful and lasting way that effectively touches our students, staff, and the larger community. Whereas Candace C.W. Antwine served our county and was a veteran of the U.S. Navy. Whereas Ms. Antwine helped support military families in our school system. Whereas AACPS includes junior ROTC programs at 3 of our high schools, the Marine Corps JRTC at Northeast, the Army JRTC at Meade, and the Navy JRTC at Annapolis. Whereas no ROTC scholarships currently exist specifically for AACPS students. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Anne Arundel County hereby establishes an annual ROTC scholarship named for our colleague and friend, Candace C.W. Antwine. Therefore, be it also resolved that the Board of Education of Anne Arundel County commence work immediately following the establishment via the establishment of an ad hoc committee to work collaboratively with the 21st Century Foundation and make recommendations to the entire board regarding the annual scholarship timeline, scholarship endowment, application review and selection process, and scholarship award amount, reporting back to the full board no later than October 2021 with the intent of awarding the first scholarship spring 2022.
Second.
Is there any board discussion? I'll just, I just want to give my support and my gratitude to Ms. Schallheim for developing this, this proposal. I think it is, I can't think of a more appropriate way to honor our colleague and our friend. Ms. Schallheim.
I'd also be remiss if I didn't thank the 21st Century Foundation and specifically Ms. Caroline McCurdy for her conversation and ideas around this and her overall support of this as well.
Noted, thank you. I see no discussion, so Ms. Howe?
Ms. Amasore,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Ms. Schallheim, you've asked for me to go back to you. I did neglect to mention, just so people know, that tulips were Miss Antwine's favorite flower. So our appreciation for making her space so beautiful.
Thank you. So beyond the resolution I just brought forward tonight, and I thank you, my colleagues, for agreeing and for passing it. And I hope to serve on that committee. I'm just putting that out there in the universe. I'm also pursuing other ways to continue the work this board started while honoring Candace's memory for the benefit of our students. And this also includes the pursuit and potential establishment of a study and speaker series. I've asked Ms. Amasore, our equity committee chair, to take up this work with her committee, and she has agreed, and I thank her. I look to the equity committee to do justice to the work this board, including Candace, started, and I thank, again, Ms. Amasore for taking up this charge. I'm now also going to take a moment of personal privilege. I would like to remind everyone about the exact meaning of the word equity, as this is the goal of the proposed series. Webster's dictionary defines equity as the quality of being fair and impartial. Educational equity is defined by the Maryland Education Code, means that every student has access to the opportunities, resources, and educational rigor they need throughout their educational career to maximize academic success and social emotional well-being, and to view each student's characteristics as valuable. Educational equity has also been defined by educational publications as the provision of personalized resources needed for all individuals to reach common goals. In other words, the goals and expectations are the same for all students, but the supports needed to achieve those goals depends on the student's needs. That came from Equity Education in 2019. Article 2-205C, Chapter 6 of the Maryland Education Code mandates that each Maryland public school will provide equitable access to the educational rigor, resources, and supports that are designed to maximize the students' academic success and social emotional well-being. Each local school system's procedures and practices provide for educational equity and ensure that there are no obstacles to accessing educational opportunities for any student, and achievement will improve for all Maryland students, and achievement gaps will be eliminated. This board has taken action time and again to ensure equity in our school system. Equity takes many forms, from access to programs to transportation, etc. And I, without question, am committed to ensuring that equity remains at the center of all that we do. All boats rise with the tide. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And now, Section 3, public comments. We have some virtual speakers and some in-person speakers. Are we beginning in person? Virtual, sorry. Okay, I guess it's the order in front of me. I'm going to step out of the room briefly to manage the virtual portion of public comment, and I will return briefly. Okay, first up for virtual speakers. I'm having an audio issue. Okay. Yeah, first we have Laura speaking on item.
I can't hear you.
Hello?
All right, I'm gonna trust that you can hear me. Good morning. I am the proud parent of the 2021 Annapolis High School graduate and a rising sixth grader at Bates. For my son's entire school career, our transportation system has been broken. Our oldest students go to school too early, and our youngest go far too late. For families like mine, that means a 3-hour window between the time the oldest leaves to catch the bus for high school and the time the youngest leaves the house for elementary school, which meant I had 2 overly tired kids to deal with every single school day. All the experts in child development have said that school start times like ours aren't healthy, but nothing has changed. The inefficiencies in our transportation system have a cost. This cost has been borne by taxpayers in wasted tax dollars, and is borne by our children in wasted potential when they are set up for failure before ever setting foot in the building. For decades, parents like me have been told that the situation can't be fixed because it would be too expensive. But nearly 3 years ago, we were handed a report by Prismatic that said that wasn't true. And still, nothing has changed. I know that change is hard, but if we've learned nothing from these past 2 years, it's that we can handle change, especially when it's a healthy change. Like quitting smoking, joining a gym, cutting out sugar. These are all healthy changes people commit to in January every year. So today, I am asking you to keep your word. Keep your commitment to establishing healthy school start times and cost-efficient bus routes by the start of the spring semester. Let's make a healthy resolution that will benefit all students in Anne Arundel County.
Thank you, Ms. Booth. I'm sorry I didn't get the chance to properly introduce you. I think my audio issue is fixed. Thank you for your testimony. Next, also speaking on item 4.01, the Prismatic Services Bus Transportation Routing Cost Update, Lisa Van Busker.
Good afternoon, Board of Education. Lisa Van Busker, representing Star School Leader in Arundel County. I'm here to comment on Agenda 5.01, the update from Prismatic Services. First, though, I'd like to take a moment to express my gratitude for Candace Antwine's leadership on the board. I first met her on the campaign trail, similar to how I've met all of you, to discuss school start times and transportation. Among her first major initiatives as a member of the board was the monthly updates, which allowed all of us a bit more insight into transportation operations. 2 years and a month after first approving the contract with Prismatic, we are here to discuss the implementation of school start times. All made possible by Ms. Antwine's and your dedication to making decisions in the best interest of student health and welfare. Therefore, as a reminder, I'd like to read a portion of the January 28th motion as noted in the meeting minutes. Quote, Ms. Shalline moved that school start times aligned with student health, safety, and student developmental needs be presented in a plan to the board that can be implemented no later than the start of the second semester of the 21-2022 school year. Ms. Antwine seconded that motion. Therefore, unless Prismatic Services provides you with truly show-stopping information later this afternoon, it's not a question of potentially changing start times, as mentioned in the press release last Thursday, but confirming the implementation date. As I see it, you have 3 dates from which to choose. January 3rd after the winter break, January 31st at the semester break, or delay further to January 2022, to delay to September 2022. January 2022 would not only meet the goals of the original motion, but would provide welcome relief to the students with the earliest and latest start times. We know that the status quo is harmful, and we owe it to the students to do everything in our power to alleviate that harm. January is in your power. AACPS has had since January of this year to plan for January 2022, and certainly this moment is decades in the making. How are AACPS's plans coming along? Have they met with external stakeholders as discussed by the board and mentioned in public comment numerous times? Have internal stakeholders discussed their planned adaptations to new school hours? The community must also plan for implementation and must know today which date healthier, safer, and more age-appropriate school hours will begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is speaking on item 5.02 readiness for opening of schools, Ms. Latika Hicks.
Hi, Melissa.
Yeah, I hear you. You're faint, but I hear you.
Yeah, so I'm speaking on 503.
I have you down for 5.0. Oh, I have you down for both. Are you only speaking on 5.03?
Yeah, 03. Yeah.
Okay, so speaking on item 5.03, board discussion of school reopening protocols, Ms. Latika Hicks.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm here to ask that you uphold the mask mandate and support the enforcement of all other COVID mitigation strategies for the sake of our children's health and safety. Next month, schools will open at full capacity despite the rising COVID numbers. Families like mine who monitor the infection and hospitalization rate are concerned about sending our children into the school building, especially with the more infectious Delta variant. But we have been denied the option to attend our homeschool virtually as we did this past year. Since forcing students who did not want to change schools to only in-person learning was a district decision, it's this board's responsibility to focus on how to make the school environment the safest for everyone. I implore this board to help keep schools open and families safe by supporting Dr. Arlotto and enforcing the mask mandate for everyone, regardless of their vaccination status. Utilize COVID relief funds, or any funds for proper ventilation in every school, in every classroom, enforce physical distancing, create a better plan for lunch, whenever possible, limit unnecessary contact, have a contingency plan that includes virtual synchronous learning to avoid learning loss if quarantine is necessary, and don't minimize the severity of this pandemic by resorting to personal political fundraising that is in opposition to school safety measures. I'm not going to list all of the evidence to support the effectiveness of the mitigation strategies I just named because our local and national experts have already made that clear. I'm asking you to listen to them. We have many examples of other states of what happens when you don't mandate a simple life-saving measure such as wearing a mask. More than 8,000 students and hundreds of employees in one school district in Florida are in isolation or quarantine because of a surge in coronavirus cases. Within 24-hour span, 4 teachers in another school district in Florida died from COVID. That cannot be us. We must protect each other. My right to not die due to your carelessness supersedes your right to do what you want. That's why we have rules, law and order. We send our children to school to learn, not to get sick. And I'll finish with this. Ms. Corinne Frank, it's sad and disappointing that you are actively working to put our children in harm's way for political gain. I saw your fundraising flyer, $500 sponsorship level to
Your
stop
time
mass
has
mandates.
expired.
We deserve better, and we are not your political pawns. Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Kristen Caminiti, and I do want to remind speakers to keep your testimony specific to the item you signed up to speak on. In this case, reopening protocols.
Good afternoon. In many ways, I don't even know where to start. It's been a week. We've watched Ms. Frank actively campaign against the superintendent's plan to require masking in schools, and worse, she is exploiting that opposition to raise money. We've seen President Ellis put out an extremely vague and confusing press release about mask wearing at this meeting. We know she was asked to clarify, and she refused. We see Ms. Corkadell and Ms. Frank sitting here today refusing to wear a mask. It feels that some folks on this board are not concerned with the health and safety of our students and the public, and are rather concerned about political agendas. That leaves me feeling helpless and scared. However, I am hopeful that the integrity of the majority of this board will stand strong and firm, and that everything possible will be done to keep our children safe this year. The data is clear, masks work, vaccines work, neither is perfect, and many children remain ineligible for vaccines. This is why we must have a layered approach to keeping our kids safe so that we can keep schools open. Please stick with Dr. Arlotto's plan and mandate masks for every person in a school building. Mandate vaccines for all school staff. Please require better strategies to improve the safety around lunch. Assign seats in the cafeteria, offer outside seating options whenever and wherever possible. Don't have children facing each other while eating, and if cafeterias have an adjoining gymnasium, allow schools to use that space for eating lunch. Do not have children eating breakfast in school. Send it home with students the night before. Reevaluate the current plan around band and chorus. Children should not be unmasked inside more than necessary. Foster their love of music in creative ways until all children have had an opportunity to be vaccinated. Develop a robust surveillance testing program and inform parents anytime a student in their child's class tests positive. These are just a few simple things we can do to keep our kids safe, to keep PICU beds from filling up, and to keep schools open. Our children deserve a better, safer plan than the one last presented. Please make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chelsea Treadwell.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. My family and many others have spent the last 18 months doing everything we can to protect our kids and our community. And now Delta is here. Transmission is high in every county in Maryland, such that every credible resource recommends universal masking indoors and for schools to implement multiple mitigation measures. Luckily, vaccines still work to prevent major illnesses, and we have just a few months until another large portion of our community can be vaccinated, our kids under 12. My kids want to be in school. They deserve to be in school, and so does every other kid, including those who are medically fragile. It's not time to ignore all the evidence in front of us and throw away all the hard work of the last year and a half. Therefore, my family and I fully support AACPS's universal masking mandate. Masks work, but they only really work when everyone is wearing them. That is the science. To do anything other than universal masking is unreasonable and unfair to all students, but it is also discriminatory to medically fragile children, since anything else puts them at their health at a disproportionate risk to others. Furthermore, the cost of masking is minimal. There is zero credible evidence that they do any harm. We need to maintain universal masking requirements of all students, staff, and visitors until such time as nearly all people can be vaccinated, including under 12, and transmission rates have been significantly lowered. But universal masking is not enough. We need multiple mitigation methods. We need all AACPS staff required to be vaccinated. Other school districts around us are requiring it. Businesses and government branches are requiring it. It is legal and it is possible. My kids are under 12, so they have to be in a room with unvaccinated kids for 7 hours a day, but they don't need to be in a room with an unvaccinated adult. We need strong guidance and the resources allocated to send kids outside for as much as the day as possible, at least for lunch, at least until under 12s can be vaccinated and this surge passes. We all know the weather in Maryland can do this. I know monitors are a limiting factor, but to my knowledge, we've never looked for monitors for outdoor only. Finally, parents need a clearer understanding of the distancing requirements, identifying exposures, and quarantining. Who gets to decide what is, quote, as distant as possible? And what does it mean for qualifying exposures? What exactly happens when a teacher is quarantined? Will those classes be split amongst other already crowded classrooms? Will parents be informed first so we can pull our kids?
Please
We need
summarize.
clarity on remote plan, asynchronous work for 2 weeks. Okay, but what about the second time? What if there's a third? How many times is too many, and how much will parents be told so we can make our own decisions? We're
Yes.
so close to a breakthrough.
Ms. Treadwell, your time has expired. Do you want to quickly summarize?
Yes, I want parents to get a clearer understanding of what the distancing requirements are, when will exposures be identified to us, and who gets to decide what what reasonable distancing is. And I want to know when we're going to know it so we can make our own decisions, not after our
Thank
kids
you.
been assigned to an overcast.
Next speaker, Laura Booth.
I still don't know if you can hear me, so I'm just going to assume you can again.
I
Hello
can
again.
hear you.
As you may have noticed, student health is very important to me. And like most parents right now, I am very worried about the Delta variant and the start of this school year. I would like to thank you for enacting the mask policy, and for those of you modeling for our students why it's important to pay attention in science class. In situations like this, parents expect you to be conservative and to act with an abundance of caution. The health of our children is not something we ever expect you to gamble with. I am very worried about the plan to operate cafeterias at full capacity. Putting hundreds of students in close proximity, unmasked, indoors, does not seem like a good way to prevent the spread of COVID, or at the very least, days and days of quarantine. Quarantine plans are another concern. Parents have been told that we must go back to school in person this fall because virtual synchronous school caused learning loss. And yet virtual asynchronous learning is the only plan for students who must quarantine. Online access to assignments does not give our students the tools they need to succeed. Our students need access to the lesson before they can complete their homework. They need access to their teacher so they can ask the questions they need answers to. A student who misses 10 days of algebra may never be able to catch up. All around us, private schools have stayed open. And the way they did that was by putting 360-degree cameras and microphones in classrooms so that students could keep up with their classes while quarantined without forcing teachers to teach to a laptop. Why aren't we doing this in Anne Arundel County? The majority of families in our county did not return their students to in-person learning last year. To be quite blunt, we didn't trust you to keep our kids safe. You have to win our trust back by showing us that you are doing everything you can to keep our children safe. In the spring, you spoke about being creative and thinking outside the box to solve our problems. Where is that can-do attitude right now? Because I know that you can do better, and the parents in our county need to see you doing better. Thank you.
My name, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Ryan Caminiti, and I am going to be in sixth grade at Crofton Middle School. I am very worried that kids won't be safe in school with the current plan. I am worried about kids who don't follow the rules about masks. I fear that there will be some kids who don't wear masks or wear a mask incorrectly. How can we trust kids to do the right thing when so many adults are not, like some of the people here at this meeting today? The rules need to be clear, and so do the consequences for breaking them. I am also concerned about lunchtime. With so many kids eating without masks, this is a big risk. We know the Delta variant can spread very quickly and easily, and at my middle school, hundreds of kids have to cram into a very small cafeteria. You need to provide an option for kids to eat outside or allow parents to pick up their kids if they feel unsafe at lunch. I also think there needs to be a better plan for band. Right now, it doesn't feel safe to be in a room with other kids who are unmasked. I don't want to quit band because I hope COVID will improve when everyone can be vaccinated, but there needs to be a safer plan for band until then. This is a lot to worry about on top of all the stress of starting middle school. Kids shouldn't be going to school with all these added worries. You need a better plan that gives us confidence that school will be safe, or create a virtual option for more kids to choose if that's what makes them feel safest. Thank you for your time.
I know this is a very important subject to many people, and it's very important that we continue to have discussions around this. Very important. There have been rules established by our superintendent for this building.
Can you speak up, please?
Yes, there have been rules established by our superintendent for this building, and he has requested that outside guests wear masks in the building. And so we will have to go into recess if those rules are not followed before we are able to proceed with our business.
Rules need to be for everyone.
Okay, this is not an open forum for everyone to. No, order in this room, please. All right.
So is everyone masked or no one masked?
We're gonna have to go into recess.
You guys.
Yes.
Now we ask that you follow the request of the superintendent and the rules that are put in place. Those rules are different for different people by design. The people who make policy.
Order, we have a speaker. No one, if you're not called to the podium, you're not speaking during this business meeting. Please step back. Please step back.
Yeah, we're waiting for the equity.
Okay, we are,
Different rules for different people.
okay.
We have
Do you want to finish your statement, Ms. Frank?
different rules in place depending on what the process is. We are going to uphold those processes today. Thank you.
Okay. I think recess.
Here's water bottles, come back with all that. During recess, we might as well say what we want.
Public comment. First speakers will be on the topic of item 5.02, readiness for opening of schools, beginning with Mr. Sebastian Serrano.
Good afternoon, Dr. Arlotto, President Ellis, members of the board. My name is Sebastian Serrano of Glen Burnie. An opportunity to discuss readiness of schools is an opportunity to discuss infrastructure and data. Airflow in ACPS schools is dependent on pressurized rooms. Higher pressure air from classrooms flows to lower pressure hallways continuously so that room air remains fresh and contaminants are guided away from students and staff. However, rooms with outer walls have a cooler temperature than the more insulated and internal hallways. This cooling effect can reduce the pressure. Room thermostats are positioned near the doorway and provide localized temperature, factoring in the hallway and do not reflect the colder reality of the outer wall. The same basic fluid dynamics that dictate the airflows from high to low pressure can be offset by this cooling effect of outer walls if pressure measurements are dependent on localized temperature readings rather than a more complete temperature check. If this is the case, contaminated air could either remain stagnant or, worst case, re-enter the classroom. There are two straightforward actions that can mitigate the risk. First, we need verification that our pressure and temperature readings take the complete layout of rooms into account. Second, we must strengthen the insulation of outer walls, and we cannot wait until next budget season. We're experiencing an end of summer rise in cases. County cases have increased for 6 consecutive weeks for the first time since mid-February to April. School readiness is highly dependent on preventative measures. We must monitor and protect our infrastructure. It is both feasible and necessary. A successful year requires this fundamental investment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ready?
Thank you, Mr. Serrano. Our next speaker is Tamara Beeger. Hi, Ms. Beeger.
Item 5.02, correct?
Yes, that's correct. 5.02. Yes.
Good afternoon, Tamara Beeger, Odenton mom of 4 ACPS students. I want our schools open and my children back in school, but are we really ready to open our schools? Are school buildings ready? Do all buildings have appropriate ventilation? Did we use any elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds to make our buildings safer for our students? What about staffing? Do we have adequate staffing and the long-term subs that you said we would have that would be an important part of keeping sick and quarantined students on track? Do we have a plan for the worst case scenario, reverting to virtual if case rates continue to rise and we are unable to keep schools physically open? Is there a plan ready to go starting from day one? Are we ready to communicate with our staff to keep them informed and to do what it takes to retain the teachers and school staff that we still have left? Are we ready? I'm not ready for my children to enter unsafe schools with improper ventilation. I'm not ready for my children to be taught by unqualified teachers due to a staffing shortage. I'm not ready for my children to be quarantined at home because we weren't ready to open schools, for them to be isolated from their classrooms, from their teachers, from their classmates, from their education because we weren't ready. I'm not ready for my children to go back to a completely virtual classroom because we've been there, done that, and our family sacrificed a lot so that we could be a part of the solution in helping to fully reopen schools this fall. I'm not ready for my children's teachers or other school staff to quit because they're tired of our county not being ready. Are we truly ready for this reopening? I think we need some solid answers and a solid plan to make sure that we are ready for the reopening of our schools or opening of our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Eidelman. Good afternoon, Ms. Eidelman.
May I take my mask off to speak?
No, we have established
Okay.
rules for today.
All right.
For
Well,
the time being.
Melissa Eidelman. I just want to I like to start by saying my condolences to Miss Anton's family and friends, especially a young man who lost his mother. Although I never knew her, I will say this. After attending a few in-person meetings and hearing and watching her speak, she had a special voice, a voice that was calming and sweet and sent out a very positive energy. May she rest in peace. So now my thoughts on school readiness. It was clearly defined to me what I was not allowed to talk about in this agenda item, yet not clearly defined on what it means and can be talked about on this agenda item. This seems to be the huge disconnect for many of the stakeholders. And let me just note, when I say stakeholders, I'm talking about students and parents included. This is, like I said, a huge disconnect that we have with Anne Arundel County Public Schools in regards to school readiness. So I would like to say this. The students, parents, and staff are ready for a normal school year with the right to have a choice in matters. The students and the parents and staff are ready to have the right to choose what makes them feel safe to learn and teach and operate. No one group of people should be able to dictate no choice to another group of people. No one group knows all the minds, feelings, and health of our children. But I seem to know one group who claims they do. This group pushes relentlessly in negative and unkind ways to get their votes and motion passed. They control the narrative, and you, Dr. Aletto, seem to allow this. At least that's how we feel. In my opinion, this is and has been wrong. So I'm just going to end with this. At what point did a child attending school and getting an education become about everybody else but that student? Please pass a motion today for parent-student choice on matters that are important to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kirby Bowling.
Good afternoon, Madam President, the board. I'm Kirby Bowling, a combat veteran with multiple combat deployments spanning over 26-year stint in the military and a lieutenant colonel. When I got out, I was also SWAT commander and hostage negotiator. I'm speaking today on readiness, so allow me to provide some background. In addition to the constant readiness demanded of the military and the elite units I was assigned to, I was stationed at the Pentagon as the branch chief for the research and the resilience office of the headquarters of the Air Force. I was also a research scientist at 2 think tanks, FFRDCs, Federal Funded Research and Development Centers, CNA, which primarily serves the Navy and the Marine Corps, and RAND, which primarily serves Army and the Air Force. My PhD is in military sociology and social psychology. While at the Pentagon, my mission was to collect and analyze data related to readiness and resilience and create or modified programs to enhance our military's readiness across the spectrum of military operations. So we were on the same sheet of music. Readiness is the preparation taken in order to create human performance optimization during a mission or sets of missions across all locations, environments, and times. Resilience is the ability for a person or group to bounce back from stress, whether it is everyday stress or acute stress like crisis or trauma. I was not able to, unfortunately, send comments through the website. I don't know if the website was having technical problems as far as that. I do have CDs that have all the references and papers. Would it be all right if I pass that out, or okay? There should be extras, so if I could just get the extras at the end, please. So there's a lot of information that's contained in that paper. Unfortunately, with the 2 minutes, I won't be able to go through all of it, so I'll just hit the peaks. the wave caps. So this is a total force fitness model that the Joint Chiefs of Staff used for determining readiness and resilience in the military. And in my paper, I do an analysis of all of these domains. There's 8 of them. I won't go through them all.
Yeah, your time is up, but if you just want to summarize, we will certainly take a look at what you've shared.
So there are 2 systemic items that I noticed in our school systems, and that is the outdoor recreation and activities being decreased and screen time being increased. Over the years, both of those have, the screen time has increased and outdoor activities have decreased. And then there are 2 acute aspects that affect our children's readiness, and that is masks and social distancing. And I have the risks of the mortality rate of COVID-19 is less than seasonal influenza. Since I was born, I've never worn a mask for seasonal influenza. So the risk is extremely low.
All right, Mr. Bowling,
Yes,
we will
ma'am.
take a look at your information. I can't give extended amounts of time to one speaker.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
I appreciate you coming in and testifying today. Thank you. Next speaker is Dawn Hudson.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. First, I'm going to start by saying I am so sorry to hear about the passing of your colleague, and my thoughts are with you all and her family, as I'm sure it was very sudden and unexpected. And being a healthcare worker, I understand loss and how that can affect us.
Thank you.
But I'm here to speak about reopening. I'm a parent of a 3rd, a 5th, and a 6th grader on the Broad Neck Peninsula, and I have concerns about us being ready to open. For 18 plus months, we have said we were ready to open, but yet when we tried to open in the spring and switch from hybrid to in-person, it was less than pretty. I will use that word, those words. It was not smooth. That showed to me that we were not ready. We were not thinking of a plan. And as a healthcare worker and working with COVID, it's foolish to think that COVID is gone. It is not. But it's not to say that we cannot mitigate things to be able to work within those parameters. I am not on one side or the other. Obviously, there are other parents here that speaks on either fringe end of things. I'm here to present a position in the middle. That we can reopen, but we have to have a plan. We have to be forward thinking and have to look at how we're going to deal with if the COVID cases go up. Are we looking at cases or are we looking at hospitalizations? We have to have the same data points going forward. How are we looking at the loss of learning? How are we regaining that loss that we did lose? My 6th grader had a 1/3 of his instruction in middle school. How are we going to gain that back? He had no transition period time between 5th and 6th grade and was expected to act as a middle schooler, having not dealt with a Chromebook beforehand. That was unfortunate. I had to teach him. I don't mind teaching him, but I'm not his teacher. My my middle child reverted back to being toddler because she was forced to virtual learning. Now, I understand in the last spring that that's part of it, but we need to learn to move forward. We need to think about how we're going to reopen, how we're going to deal with the quarantine. We cannot not have students home for 10 days on countless ends, quarantining with minimal work.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson.
You're welcome. And let me let me summarize one thing for our speech language pathologists. In order for them to do their job, they need to be able to see our students. So I think we need to look at that as a case-by-case scenario of how they can do their job unmasked with small groups of students with people understanding that that's the way that they do their job, and I want to advocate for them to be able to do that position correctly because that's important for our students to grow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The remaining speakers will be here to speak on item 5.03, board discussion of school reopening protocols, beginning with Lauren Thornton.
I try to come in here not so angry, but it is very hard for me. I'm here to urge you to reconsider the mandating of masks for students and teachers. You just keep following what Dr. K says, the push from TAC. So many parents disagree with you, him, our county executive. We are the parents. We can make choices for our kids as we have done since the day they were born. It's my kids, my choice. We can literally do anything anywhere without masks with the exception of school. Us parents flip-flop kids last year, sent our kids to daycare. They played sports. They had play dates, vacation, traveled. But when they go to school, the same group of kids, they have to be masked. They're being taught to live in fear of breathing without a mask under your direction. And that's not your choice to make at all. You've given hardly any direction on kids with IEPs, especially for speech therapy. I opted out of ESY for my son this summer because speech therapy with a mask is extremely ineffective and downright stupid. An IEP is a legally binding document. And what are you doing to support IEPs? Is there plexiglass in my school? No, there's not. Is there direction on what's allowed for speech therapy? No, there's not. My son needs to practice the airflow from his nose and his mouth, the placement of his tongue. And I would love for someone to explain to me how this is supposed to work with a mask on. He also needs to see other people's mouths, especially from his teachers in kindergarten, which he wasn't able to do, and now going into first grade. So now we're setting him another year behind. If that's on you, it is on your hands. He also has hearing issues, and reading lips is a big part in his speech process. You are failing him. You have the abilities to make masks optional. You gave the option of families to remain virtual who wish not to be in person. Let the rest of us make our own choice. Our kids were looking for a normal school year this year, and masking them is far from it. My son is far more behind in speech than he should be because for a year and a half, his services have been severely limited. I'm almost done. How am I supposed to be okay with that? The older he gets, the chances of kids making fun of him are greater and greater. Again, on you. Again. But I'm here today, not only for my son and his speech services, but for my other son and all of those parents and all of those kids who agree that this is our choice. It is not yours. This board received many, many emails with very little reply and phone calls from me last year, and I plan on 100% continuing, and thank you both for being here without a mask.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton. Our next speaker is India Oaks.
That's her.
Good afternoon, Ms. Oaks.
India Oaks, Bates Middle School. I am not going to go into a quote by Benjamin Franklin, taken out of context, about liberty and security, but I do want to talk about freedom. Requiring masks does not take away any of our freedoms. Wearing a mask does not keep us from going to stores, to school or work, to concerts or plays, going on vacation or camps or play dates, or continuing karate. Masks do not restrict our freedom of movement or deny our human rights. And to be frank, a person's pride does not fall in any definition of freedom. Yet, If masks are made optional, we do endanger the freedom of those who are unvaccinated because of age or health reasons, with those vulnerable populations no longer having the freedom of movement or assembly without risking illness or potential death, as we see every day where masks are optional. It was said, when we step forward looking backward, we generally crash into things. We must recognize the current situation is not like last spring, with full classrooms and more dangerous variants now. I know most board members would have genuine remorse if a student was to die or have lifelong disabilities under your watch, so please take heed of the ideals from Proverbs 22:3. A prudent man foresees the difficulties ahead and prepares for them. The simpleton goes blindly on and suffers the consequences. Support mask mandates and other health parameters so we can prepare and prevent this global destruction and avoid repairing and repenting afterwards.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Russell Leone. Good afternoon, Mr. Leone.
Good afternoon, President Ellis, Vice President Schallheim, Dr. Arlotto, and members of the board. I'm Russell Leone, he, him, his, an elementary school teacher and president of TAC. First, I want to again offer my condolences on the passing of Miss Antwine. This is a great loss for all of us. So, as we are preparing to welcome our students back for a new school year, I want to again and publicly thank Dr. Arlotto for his thoughtful recommendation to follow health department and CDC guidance and requiring masking at all levels for students, staff, and others in buildings. TAC has expressed this in a joint statement with our colleagues at SAAC and AEL. Top health experts continue to state that masking is the best mitigation strategy that we can all contribute to. I will continue to wear my mask because I have an 11-year-old unvaccinated niece, and this is a simple kindness I can do to protect her and any other elementary student I may come in contact with. We know this is a complicated issue and also encourage consideration for those with extenuating circumstances for both students and staff. In addition to this, we must not forget that there are other ways to keep our schools healthy and open for the long run. Please keep indoor air quality close to the top of the list. As you know, AACPS has many classrooms where the classrooms are interior with no windows or have windows that don't open. In addition, distancing wherever possible will continue to contribute to the efforts that we have made to protect our students' health. AACPS stands to receive significant funding from the federal level. Please insist on utilizing it to support our students' social, emotional health, as well as their physical health that is secured through high-quality buildings. We look forward to continuing this conversation in partnership with you. Our ultimate goal at TAC is truly the same as yours. We want our students learning in a safe and healthy environment. We want our schools open and to remain open fully. But most of all, we want our students back together to learn, grow, explore, and challenge themselves and others. Given the constantly changing public health concerns, it is in all of our best interest to return to the bargaining table to discuss safety guidelines throughout the fall semester. The lives of our young residents are in our hands, and it's our job as educators and advocates to put together a cohesive joint plan for safety protocols. We can do this if we work together as a community to wear a mask, work toward improving buildings, and supporting each other's social emotional needs that have resulted from this long pandemic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. Our final speaker for today is Ms. Tamara Beeger. Sure. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. Tamara Beeger, Odenton mom of 4 AACPS students. Our babies need to be in school full time, but they also need protection. Although many students age 12 and up are vaccinated, not all are, and there are still those under 12 left unprotected. Our county's classrooms and buses are at capacity, and there is no way to safely physically distance students. This is why we need masking and other safety protocols to keep our children safe. Just this past Friday, the Maryland Department of Health and Maryland State Department of Education, in alignment with the CDC, issued new COVID-19 guidance for schools. According to the new guidance, MDH and MSD strongly recommend that schools work with local health departments to determine the layered prevention strategies or multiple prevention strategies needed to protect students, children, teachers, and staff in their setting and adopt policies consistent with the recommendations of this guidance. Among the recommended strategies are promoting vaccination, which our county does very well, consistent and correct mask use, physical distancing, screening, testing, ventilation, and contact tracing in combination with isolation and quarantine. The document specifies that when vaccination is not possible, such as with children under 12, it is even more important that other strategies be used, such as consistent and correct mask use and physical distancing. Mask use is most important when physical distance is not possible. Indoor masking is recommended and outdoor for unvaccinated people in crowded outdoor or close contact settings. Physical distancing in classrooms is recommended at 3 feet with masking, and if that can't be met, then screening, cohorting, contact tracing, quarantine, ventilation, and other strategies should be used to help reduce the risk of transmission. A masking policy can reduce the definition of close contacts, which can reduce the amount of student and staff absences due to the need to quarantine after exposure. The document goes on to detail how schools should implement communication and notification processes as well, including protocols for returning to school. If you haven't had a chance to read the guidance, I encourage you to check it out online. It's an amazing read. Please heed the guidance of the CDC, MDH, and MSDE by upholding masking protocols in conjunction with other recommended prevention strategies. Help us maintain our goal of keeping schools open and our children learning in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Beeger, you are scheduled to speak on just a couple items from now. Are you prepared to give your, you were
PTA
the,
report?
excuse me? Oh, that was the PTA report?
Oh, yes, I do have the PTA report.
Are you prepared to do
Yes,
that
I
now?
am.
Are members okay if we go slightly out of order on the agenda for everyone's?
Thank you, yes.
convenience? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, President Ellis, Vice President Schalheim, members of the board, Dr. Arlotto, and guests. I am Tamara Beeger, Vice President of the Anne Arundel County Council of PTAs. Before beginning the PTA report, on behalf of the AACC PTA, I would like to give our most heartfelt condolences to the family of the late board member, Ms. Candace Antwine. Ms. Antwine was a friend of the PTA and a fierce advocate for students in our community. We are deeply saddened by her passing. AACC PTA and the National PTA continue to partner and stand with the CDC and its recommendations for all students, teachers, and staff to wear masks at school indoors where appropriate. Our association also remains committed to advocating to safeguard the education, health, and safety of our children and make sure students, families, and schools have what they need during this challenging time. Last week, Free State PTA, the newly established PTA for the state of Maryland, held its first annual meeting and elected its first board of directors. This meeting also included training for local PTA leaders. Recordings of the training workshops will be available on the Free State PTA website soon. AACC PTA looks forward to partnering with Free State PTA to serve our local PTAs. Anne Arundel County Council of PTAs is looking forward to another successful year advocating and supporting our students, teachers, and families. Our goals for the 2021-2022 school year are to become more relevant in providing services to our county's local PTAs, to increase our outreach and build a stronger community with our local PTAs, to become a greater resource to our local PTAs in regards to compliance and other PTA business, to continue to advocate to make sure every child's potential is a reality by providing a safe, equitable, and enriching education. This year, AACC PTA events include hosting a Founders Day fundraiser, funding childcare for the Parent and Family Involvement Conference, and funding the Kenneth Lawson Scholarship and Phoebe Apperson Hurst Scholarships for high school graduates. We also encourage all board members, teachers, school staff, parents, and central office to continue to support your local PTA unit. This can be done by joining the PTA, serving on a PTA board, attending PTA events, or volunteering your time. Without the support of our school community, the PTA will fail, and we need support in our schools more than ever. More information on becoming involved with the PTA can be found on our website at aacpta.org. This concludes the PTA report, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Beeger. Next item on the agenda is 4.01 President's Update. I just briefly want to, I want to extend, I think on behalf of my colleagues, our congratulations to the graduates of the summer and evening high schools. This board, I'm sure your superintendent as well, we're all very, very proud of you. And we are excited for you, and we wish you all the best on your next chapter. Congratulations. Item 4.02, Budget Committee Update. Ms. Schalheim.
Yes, thank you. The Budget Committee met yesterday at 3:30. I thought it was a very good meeting. We had a temperature check about possible board budget priorities and a really lovely list that every member contributed to. We're looking forward to having some sort of workshop or hearing or something in the fall regarding Kerwin, which we all can learn so much about and its implications for our budget building process, and also very importantly, how we move going forward in terms of budget amendments. And yeah, it was a great meeting. Thanks so much for all who participated, staff and committee members included. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have item 4.03, the CRASC report.
Is this on?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, President Ellis, Vice President Schalheim, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. My name is Fletcher Port. I'm a rising senior at Severna Park High School. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm proud to serve as the CRASC Secretary of Education. Since our last report on June 16th, CRASC has been busy preparing for the 2021 to 2022 school year. Members of CRASC attended the City of Annapolis Youth Town Hall on June 21st at the Pitt Moyer Center. This was a terrific opportunity to connect with community resources and educate attendees on the variety of student leadership opportunities within AACPS. On July 1st, members of the CRASC executive team attended the swearing-in ceremony of Ms. Amisore. CRASC is thrilled to collaborate with our latest student member of the board. Applications for CRASC appointed positions closed on July 2nd. We had an overwhelming number of applications. 18 students were selected to complete our 25-member executive team and were sworn in on July 14th. We would like to congratulate this amazing team of students: Justin Paleska as Chief of Staff, Brenton Mead as Parliamentarian, each for a second term. Tara Kim is our new Equity Coordinator, and Beckett Hummer is the Outreach Coordinator. Our new Wellness Liaison is Cameron Cherry. Marabab and Dylan Van Leuven are our new Legislative Liaisons. Minuet Hoyt and Caroline Finn have joined us as Educational Liaisons. The service team welcomes back Alina Malik and new this year, Ishika Jain. The Public Affairs Department is grateful for a second year with Nico Hagenson and Katrina Manalang from Chesapeake Science Point. Nia Johnson and Abiha Rizvi will serve as Equity Liaisons. The Middle School Council welcomes Sandra Oyedel. Jacob Irvin Davis and Megan Field will rejoin the team for a second year. In late July, CRASC members were invited to participate in a health curriculum revision meeting alongside the fantastic county health curriculum team. The team discussed mental health and emotional health, family life, and human sexuality. They answered our many questions, and CRASC believes the future of the curriculum looks really good. We appreciate being a part of the process and look forward to seeing the changes implemented. CRASC hosted a summer retreat at South River High School on August 5th. Executive team members could attend in person or virtually. Departments collaborated to create goals for the year, and the bar has been set high. We also drafted the CRAS calendar highlights for the upcoming year, in which we are planning to host both virtual and in-person constitutional general assemblies. We're very excited to add a hybrid option to our weekly meetings. As a culminating activity, we tie-dyed new CRAS t-shirts. It was a total blast. Last week, the Maryland Association of Student Councils hosted a 2-day advance event, which included workshop presenter certification and the MASC August Executive Board meeting. CRASC members took part in both events, from learning tips and strategies on how to lead a successful workshop to voting on the MASC operating principles for the 2021 to 2022 school year. The Executive Board meeting was the first in-person event that MASC had conducted since March of 2020. Special thanks to Montgomery County Public Schools Office of Student Leadership for hosting the event at the Smith Center in Rockville. CRASC is so excited to continue to work with our partners at the state level. The Let's Talk Justice Planning Committee has been working over the summer in preparation for the start of the school year. The committee held its first hybrid meeting on August 3rd at Arundel High School, where it discussed its activities over the summer and its plans for the fall. Members of the planning committee led sessions at new teacher boot camps over the summer, where they spoke about promoting inclusivity and embracing diversity in classrooms. Team members also created a video about their experiences with teachers who embrace diversity and inclusivity, which is being shown today. Members of the planning committee also collaborated with Dr. Sean Ashworth, program specialist with the Office of Safe and Orderly Schools, to give input on previous code of conduct lessons. Members gave input and are excited to see more engaging lessons that will allow students to get the new code. Members of the team are also in the process of creating a PSA video that will be broadcasted to all AACPS students on the importance of getting to know the code. The planning team plans to host general meetings on early dismissal days during the school year. Aligning with the Project Unity Days, in addition to this, the committee will host a book study open to middle schoolers students on This Book is Anti-Racist by Tiffany Jewell during the fall. Let's Talk Justice team members will lead book study groups across various clusters. The Student Service Leadership Team will host their first team meeting this evening from 6 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. at Annapolis High School. They are excited to welcome the newest additions to the leadership team after a vigorous application process. We cannot wait to see what these dedicated and passionate students will accomplish while on the SSL team. Throughout the summer, the SSL team has been very busy volunteering at multiple organizations and initiatives all over Anne Arundel County. Some of our latest events took place at Be Kind in Glen Burnie and Orphan Grain Trail in Millersville. The leadership team and Ms. Fowler held a service-themed workshop named Up to Par that was dedicated to promoting and introducing different service organizations within our county to AACPS students. With over 30 students in attendance, we helped to ignite a passion for service and encourage them to continue their service work. A final goal for the 2021 to 22 service leadership team is to focus on introducing service opportunities and service-related events at the middle school level. CRASC hosted a booth at the South River High School open house. The event was a huge success. Many students showed interest in not only CRASC programs and activities, but MASCs as well. While the rain forced the event to end early, it didn't prevent lots of great interactions from happening. Seniors, be on the lookout for more information on the Maryland General Assembly Student Page Program. More details to come next month. For a full calendar of events for CRASC and Let's Talk Justice, please visit the respective web pages. CRASC wants to declare how excited we are to be returning to in-person classes this fall. And we want to declare our support for safety protocols and regulations as described by Dr. Olato's team. We trust him and that his team will make good decisions to keep us safe this fall. Sometimes the most valuable thing in a child's life is knowing that there's someone out there caring for them and helping them. Board members have an extraordinary opportunity to demonstrate their abilities to act on this. Ms. Antwine ensured that in every moment this opportunity arose, she took it and did just that. No matter the circumstances, making decisions for the betterment of students' lives. We're sad to know she's passed away, but we know the spirit of Ms. Antwine will live on in this board. May she rest in power. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I can't wait to tell you more about our closing weeks of August and September at the next CRASH reports.
Thank you, Mr. Port, and enjoy the rest of your summer. Next item on the agenda, presentations, item 5.01, Prismatic Services Bus Transportation Routing Cost Update.
Good afternoon, members of the board, superintendent. I'm here to provide you with a quick update as to where we are with our routing project. Y'all had requested the last time that I was here that I come back on the 18th and give you a sort of a thumbs up, thumbs down as to where we are with the potential need for additional buses as you consider whether or not to begin new school start times in January in 22-23 or do something else. So quick talking points for you. The initial routing with the existing student database and the changing of bell times at this point in our work is likely not to result in a great need for additional buses. We are grinding down as we go, combining shorter routes in order to make routes that are still not overly long, but fixing some things that are sort of past practices and incremental solutions that once you look at them in total, we can do something different and save some buses. We've completed the initial actual routing for 5 attendance zones at this point, which is what enabled me to provide you with that conclusion. The attendance zones that we've looked at and completed: Southern Chesapeake, Broadneck, Severna Park, and Glen Burnie. This work is revealing that we are able to further grind down requirements from buses from what we projected at the end of stage 1. And so it's going according to plan. It's a grind. You'll hear me say that a lot because it is a grind. We have submitted our work in Southern and Chesapeake to the Transportation Department for their review and feedback. And that happened late last week. We've gotten a little bit of feedback in terms of helping us map some students that we were not previously able to map. There's been some changes in street addresses, street names, and things that we didn't have in our mapping system. So we're working through those small things and then awaiting for their discussion about what they think of our solutions for terms of routes with the new school start times. At this point, the majority of the schools will have these school start times. High school, 8:30. That's our line in the sand. That's what we're routing everything towards. So I don't expect to see that change, barring anything really crazy. Middle schools look like they're all going to fall in at about 9:15. Elementary schools, the majority are falling in at about 8 o'clock in the morning. There will be some elementary schools that will be on the second tier, starting around 8:30 or later, and it just depends on where we are in the attendance zones as to which ones that ends up being. There's a big however in this process, though. So while the changing of school start times isn't resulting in any huge need for increased buses, we think we can probably get there at about a cost neutral basis in terms of number of seats that we need. Given the lack of historical load factor data, this bus typically runs with 30 students, this bus typically runs with 20 students, no matter, depending on how many we assign and how many actually ride. We're proceeding cautiously in the filling of buses. We're using what was recommended by the district and what we actually use in other districts as well. 2 per seat at the secondary level, 2.5 per seat at the elementary level, -1 for each bus to accommodate a little bit of growth, and not engaging in any overbooking. So historically, we know with some schools, nobody rides the bus. We could project to put 100 kids on a bus and we still don't get a full bus. Other places, we know that however many kids we say are going to be on the bus, they're all going to ride. Because we don't have that historical load factor data here, we are not engaging in any overbooking. That absolutely will result in a need for increased buses. But it is the best cautious solution for the data we have to work with. Right now, using the overall school level data we have, looking at your 21-22 enrollment, where they live, what schools they are assigned to, the not overbooking and using the 2 per seat and 2.5 per seat, we're looking at a need for about 32 additional buses, unless we can find further savings in the attendance zone reworking routing part. Most of those buses, which is probably not a surprise to the previous student representative, most of those buses are needed at the high schools, where we have, at 2 per seat, we need far more buses there. So again, about 32 additional buses is what we're projecting right now. That's irrespective of when you do school start times. That's just a simple capacity calculation. Our next steps, the Transportation Department is reviewing our Southern and Chesapeake work. the assistance with mapping a small number of currently unmapped students. They're assisting with that. And that may result in additional work for them in terms of creating bus stops. And so we're using walk to bus stop calculations that were agreed upon as part of the project. As we go through it, we are finding some students who don't seem to have a bus stop within those walk zones. And so that may require the transportation department to develop new bus stops, which is a timely process potentially. Our next step beyond that is to continue submitting attendance zone plans to the transportation department for review. We're on track to finish that by September. Once we get through the first couple of them, I think we're going to talk about maybe doing it different methodologically. End result will be the same, but I think we've got some ideas for that. I did want to mention the word grind a few more times. The things that we are working on in terms of the grind, consolidating bus runs, looking at bus stops where we've got 6 bus stops in a very non-heavily traveled subdivision where we can replace it with 3 or 2, those kinds of things, and looking at somewhat longer walks to stops within the guidelines that we've agreed upon, and as long as they're safe, and then potentially longer bus rides. I can say for certain for some of the elementary schools, we're looking at longer bus rides because we started with bus rides of 5 and 6 minutes. And so now we're looking at bus rides of 15 minutes. That's the kind of thing that we're really working towards. We're not working towards bus rides of an hour and a half for everyone or even an hour for everyone. The longer bus rides are predominantly really short runs that we previously had that are not going to be longer runs. So just in conclusion, I'd be happy to entertain any questions you have. But as I said the last time, as we go through this transition, there will be trade-offs for this. In order to make it a cost neutral or as cost neutral as possible, longer rides, consolidated bus stops are going to be required. Be happy to take any questions that you have.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the update. Sorry, I'm sure there's going to be many questions, so I'm going to go around and I need a reminder where we're starting. Okay. Yeah. Ms. Amasori, do you have questions regarding the presentation on the bus routing? Okay. And then I'm sorry, I need the order in front of me. Okay, sorry. Okay, we go that way. Got it. Dr. Tobin.
Thank you. And thank you again for another very helpful presentation. So a couple of quick questions. When you talk about the fact that we do not have historical load factor data, can you say in layman's terms what that means?
Sure. It's one of the issues that we pointed out when we did our original report to the board. The district has historically required contractors to provide load factor data, meaning contractor A will say, I did bus runs 1, 2, and 3 today, and on bus 1 there were 10 students, on bus 2 there were 15 students, on bus 3 there were 45 students. They have historically requested that infrequently. And we don't have any other method for determining that, this is a good number, that bus 3 typically carries 45 students. We have 60 students assigned. We have 45 students who regularly ride. So we can plan to put 60 students on there and know we'll have 45. That's load factor data. And that's used throughout most of the transportation industry, buses and elsewhere. And one of the things that typically happens is school districts kind of have patterns. And in many districts we work with, the high schools the buses are very lightly used. As soon as they get their license in their car or have a friend who has one, they're off the bus. And we, in some cases, plan for 100 high school students on a bus in those districts, knowing we're going to get maybe 40. And that's where we're comfortable. This district, based on our observations from pre-COVID, so fall of 2019, typically a lot of your high school buses were fairly full. It was your middle school and your elementary buses that were fairly empty. And we did do observations at, I think 35 different schools while we were here, just to get some additional anecdotal load factor data. But we don't have anything that we feel is reliable at this point. And so for that reason, we use the planning capacities of 2 and 2.5 minus one person. And that it results just mathematically needing more buses, most at the high school level. Now I know that once we roll it out and we get good data, you'll be able to say, okay, we planned for 2 per seat and filled up that high school bus and only half the kids are riding. Then we can make adjustments.
Right. Is it a common practice in other districts? To my knowledge, we haven't done this, that we can perhaps, especially at the high school level, where, as you say, things change very quickly when a student can drive, though there are even parents who drive high school kids. Is it a common practice to have parents opt in or opt out at the high school level?
That is a great question. So recommendations and things that we have made and things that we have seen implemented over the preceding years. Easy one, if the student at the high school level gets a parking space, they no longer get a seat reserved on the bus. Now, obviously that can change back and forth. There's a lot of fluidity in busing, and we don't pack the buses to 100% capacity. It's not like the airline industry where denying boarding to a couple people is okay. We have to leave space. It is a trend in a number of districts we're working with to eliminate service to high school students. If you live in an area that has good public transportation, for example, that's definitely coming down the line. It is a practice to overbook the high school buses to the extent that you can. And still get a full bus. The other piece that we are seeing come out, and we had a district we're working with now that rolled this out for this year, is a positive opt-in process. So if you want your child to have a seat on the bus, that's great. Just tell us. And then, if you're not going to use the bus at all, just tell us, and we'll save that money. And that is, I think, I'm not a big predictor of trends, but I do think that that's going to be more commonplace as we move forward, given the shortage of CDL drivers out there. And the continuing financial crunch for most districts.
And just to also be clear that I understand where we are, as you work through the attendance zones and create these new routes, these are ultimately, as I gather, more efficient routes, right? These are set up to long range help us manage the transportation process. I mean, they will obviously be subject to change, as routes should be, which is also why we want to implement that software that's been sitting there. But the truth is that this, as I understand it, really is to build in efficiencies downrange.
Absolutely. And I think that we've had the luxury of being able to greenfield the whole system. My team isn't in the thick of things operating transportation or managing transportation day to day. We took all the routes that they had, and our first step was putting them into our system. But then, we could look at them and say, okay, let's put these two together. These two stops are too close together. Let's take that out. And we're able to do that because we're not in the thick of the operation. And so it is a greenfield exercise, and they should be more efficient when the time we're done. We should have an average. Your ride times should be up a little bit because they were pretty low before for some certain sections, particularly elementary. There are going to be places where we have to talk about, why we have, too many extra seats at certain schools. And so some bus service goes away. And so it should be more efficient by the time we're done.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell?
Wait, what about me?
Okay,
No,
I'm sorry. I was trying to go back in the roll call order that we had going. I know.
Before it went
Okay.
this way.
That's fine. It's fine by me. I was going by the change in the seating arrangement was made, but I was going to continue the roll call order. Earlier, we were just going down the line making remarks, and I considered that I didn't consider roll call as important in that moment. I'm fine with changing the order if anyone else is comfortable. Okay, we'll just go down the line then. Yep, thank you. Okay, Ms. Schulheim.
Thank you. So going back to opting in, which is something we did as a practice this last year, for a variety of reasons, because, the distancing predominantly, but also to have a better understanding. If we were to employ that wholesale for all grade levels going forward as a practice, a positive opt-in, would that decrease this number 32 to a number less than that?
Yes.
Do you know?
I can't tell you for sure how many of your parents would not opt in, but at least 10% probably, based on what we see in another district. We have one district where, let me do the math. They went to a positive opt-in. They're a district of 35,000 students. Their positive opt-in enabled them to eliminate 25% of their regular bus runs.
Wow.
Because that many parents said, let's be real. I don't use the bus. I drop my kid off on the way to work. And I think if you couch it in the terms of, we ask you to enroll for your seat in the school, and we're not going to hold a seat there if you're not coming to school, why would we hold a bus seat for you? And it's just there's always angst about, well, what if I need it later? And you have a procedure for that. We, of course, will pick you up. And of course, we'll work you in. It creates some management work on the transportation side, but it is manageable.
Is there indication that, from your work, and maybe this question's better for Mr. Stegnovich, is there indications that we're going to be employing a positive opt-in going forward as we did last year?
I think that's a district decision. I'm not sure at what level.
Okay.
No, ma'am, not at this time. The opt-in that you referred to last year had everything to do with distancing,
right,
and how many students we could put on a bus based on the CDC guidance and the Department of Health guidance. So the opt-in was purely so that we knew how many we could allow on a bus based on the current, at that time, the current COVID restrictions.
Okay. I'm a little confused of why we wouldn't move forward with that, and if we're working on efficiency and all these other things.
So I think, well, I'm not sure that I understand the confusion.
Right.
It's a great question. You have to ask yourselves that. Does the board want to establish a policy that we go to opt in? Right now, our policy is, if you want on a bus, you get on a bus. We will allow you to get you are providing that service. You don't have to by law,
right,
except for those students in special education,
right,
or that are homeless.
Right.
But you are offering up, and we're transporting 62,000 students a day or so, coming and going on any given day, which is huge. So if this board wants to move forward with the idea of an opt-in, that's something we'll have to publish, let the public know about it, and then we could move forward with it. But the policy up to this point, and I'm using that in quotes, the policy has been, our practice has always been, you want a ride, you get a ride.
Okay. I think I have one more question. So there's two different things at play. There's start times, which is an independent decision, which is cost neutral as we've requested, and then there's this other problem that has to do with capacity and needing buses for that, right? So like our decision on when to implement start times doesn't have anything much to do with the other. Is that an accurate statement?
That would be correct. The way they become connected is the district has not, and I know they did do a piece of this during COVID, but has historically not positively matched every student to an assigned bus stop and then essentially do the math. Okay, I got these 5 bus stops, I have these 20 kids, they're on this bus. The district has not previously engaged in that process. In order for us to find the efficiencies, we have to engage in that process, which led to us developing a number of rules that we're following, including, walk distances to bus stops, consolidation of neighborhood stops where it is safe for the students to congregate at 3 stops instead of 6, and then the capacity problem.
Yeah.
And the capacity problem really is mostly at your high schools, which fits what we saw in terms of some very full high school buses right now at certain schools. But we can't ignore it and just say, well, it looks like it worked with 15 buses at this high school or 50 buses at this high school before, so we're only going to plan for 50. Because when we're positively assigning every student to a stop and every stop to a bus, we now have a need for 6 more buses. And so that's why we have to address it.
Got it. Thank you so much. I will have a motion at the appropriate time. Thank you so much.
Mr. Silkworth?
Thank you. And thank you for being here. Appreciate
You're
that.
welcome.
You talked about the elementary school start times being 8 o'clock. So some of our elementary students would have to walk up to 1.5 miles, I think, to get to their bus stop. Is that no?
A quarter mile for pre-K, half mile for other elementaries, I think what we're working with right now.
Okay, so what would be the earliest time that the students would have to be at that bus stop?
We've set it in the system at 7:15, which should be sufficient. And so we're working on essentially elementary runs that are about a half an hour is kind of our timeout due to sunrise and when they need to be at school so that we can drop so we can go to the next run. There may be a few exceptions to that, but then once we get to those, we start looking at putting those schools into the second tier if we can. Really what we're finding in most of your attendance zones is that the driving factor for how many buses we need is how many we have to have at the high school. And so that, gives us some play in the elementary side. But generally 7:15 is the earliest one. There are a few exceptions at this point.
The 7:15 time is the time that the student would be picked up.
Yes.
So that means that student would have to leave their home if that bus stop is not that close. They'd have to leave their home maybe before 7.
It should only be a half a mile at max. So 15 minutes, so 7:07-ish.
Okay.
15-minute miles, 20-minute miles if you're smaller, maybe 10 minutes, so 7:05,
All right, so
somewhere in there.
You talked about with no overloading or overbooking, a need for 32 buses.
Mhm. That's strictly a mathematical capacity calculation based
Right.
on how many students you have enrolled at your schools,
Okay.
how many seats then are required, and then how many buses derive from that.
Okay. Now, in your last report, I remember you saying that you have never worked with a school system that made a change in mid-year.
Correct.
Thoughts about that?
I think it's extremely ambitious, and not from a transportation standpoint. We can have these runs ready to go by September. Figure mid-October, end of October for them to be vetted by the transportation department. Communication out to the parents then in November and December. So the transportation piece potentially fits with a January start time. It's everything else that has to change. The contracts for your paraprofessionals, when is breakfast going to be served? When do the food service workers come in for lunch? All of those pieces that are usually, quite frankly, more challenging than just changing school start times.
Okay, thank you for that. So you mentioned that some of the middle schools would start at 9:15. Some of our middle schools today start at 9:15, but some also start earlier than that. I'm just wondering about if we're going to have later end times for more of our middle schools based upon them starting at 9:15 versus 9 o'clock, or I think we have some middle schools that start at 8:30 or so. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Frank?
If we decided to create some sort of opt-in system, you would then have to crunch those numbers, correct?
The transportation department would need to crunch those numbers,
Okay,
yes.
It would be the transportation part. You wouldn't be part of that process any longer.
Not under this current contract. But just to give you a timeline, if you're going to do that, the timeline that seems to work is a communication in January and February. This is what we're doing. This is why. Help allay any fears for the people who really do need a bus ride, that yes, if you want it, you have it. Opt-in process begins in March and usually closes in June. That gives the transportation department time in July to crunch and come up with new bus runs and see what they need and cascade down to the contractors. But that's usually the timeline for it.
Okay, so all of the numbers you're giving us are based on everybody can have a seat.
Yes.
With those numbers, you think that we will need 32 additional buses?
Barring us finding some additional grinding savings in the other attendance zones. I'm not saying that we won't find them, but I can't promise them at this point. We have too many runs still left to look at.
Okay, and then you said that your target for elementary school is 8 a.m. Are there any schools that you know of for sure that would need to start sooner than 8 a.m.?
None.
None.
We're holding the line at 8 a.m. as a start time for your schools. Now, some of them have, so that's a start time for the school. So they have about a 15-minute drop window. So they're dropping off at 7:45. Some of them are at 7:40 because that was a principal preference to allow a little more time for breakfast. But that's about when they'd be dropped.
And then do you have any high schools or any middle schools later than that 8:30 and that 9:15 time?
Not yet. 8:30 is we're gearing all of the work to an 8:30 consistent start time for high schools because we know how important that is that everyone be consistent. And that so far the middle schools are all working out to be 9:15.
9:15. And then do you have a beginning time frame for the middle schools, like 8:30 to 9:15, or like?
They all have a 15 to 20-minute drop as well. Oh, you mean what our possibles are?
Yeah. What is the earliest middle school start time?
It could be as early as 8, but everything is, again, with high school starting at 8:30, that drives everything else, and the middle schools end up on the other side.
Okay, so some elementary schools will start at 8, and some potential middle schools could also start at 8.
Potentially, but unlikely. More likely that there are some elementary schools that will start later than 8.
Okay.
We've got a few of those right now that are 8:30s.
8:30s.
Little onesies and twosies.
And then the middle schools, I believe we have a 1.5 mile walk zone for some of those, correct?
It's either 1 or 1.5. My apologies. I don't have that on the top of my head.
So is it possible that any of our middle school students would need to be leaving their house before 7 a.m.?
Should not be. Not yet.
You haven't.
We're flagging. We're paying attention to earliest possible start times for the runs. Middle school, no.
Okay.
Not yet.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Ms. Corkadell.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I do have a few questions. So the 32 additional buses, is that your estimate for the whole district or just those 5?
Yes, whole district.
Okay.
So far.
And how many of them constituted the 5 in your estimates?
Constituted the
5 that you've already reviewed.
Oh, Southern was part of that.
I knew that.
5 or 6 additional buses at the high school there was part of it. It was really 5 high schools that drove most of it. And then there were 1 or 2 additional buses needed for a few elementary schools, oddly enough.
Okay.
But that's where we got to 32.
And so as this is rolling down, when does SHA and the county traffic folks and police scour this to ensure that there's the secondary, the safety comports of the bus stops and the zones? So as you have been working in South County, I'm sure you're aware that most of the roads, as in well over 80% of them, are deemed completely unsafe to be walking because of swelling and other things that SHA has put in place. And so when is that happen? Because we're working off of estimates prior to adjustments. So what is going to be the, I guess, the differential potential? Like what are you looking at as an estimate of being the differential of we're going to have to say no to a couple of them, or there's a blind spot, or there's other issues?
So
disability.
Couple of things. The Southern Attendance Zone has been the biggest headache of this whole thing, which is one of the reasons we put it forward first as a plan to the Transportation Department. We are not creating any bus stops. And so any bus stops that we're using are ones that have already been in use by the district. What we have done is seek to eliminate and consolidate bus stops where we can.
That's what I'm referring to, that now they have to walk, because some of the spans, it was determined not safe to walk. So is that data already included, or are we going to have to go back and rescour that?
So what we've provided back to the Transportation Department is, here's what we think is workable, and here are the students. We've given them the runs with the stops, and then we've given them the stops that we've taken out, and we just provided that to them earlier this morning, and so that they can look at it and say, okay, you've kept stop, 1, 2, 3 Maple Street, but you took out stop 4, 5, 6 Maple Street. You can't do that. You got to keep 4, 5, 6 Maple Street in there. That process is currently ongoing. And as far as safety of stops, they're going to tell us what's possible and what's not possible in there. And if we have to, we add a stop back in. And then concurrent with that, we are looking at the students that didn't map to a stop, which to us looks like they don't have a current stop within a walk distance for them. And that they could be new to this district. I mean, that happens all the time. And so the Transportation Department is going to need to potentially determine a new stop to accommodate that student or those students. And so to your original question, we're not creating any stops. We may be adding stops back in as the Transportation Department directs. And that's their purview. And then when do you engage as far as the timing? I think that really depends on whether you decide to go forward or not, and when you decide to go forward. And that's not for us to decide. That's for me to decide.
Okay. Thank you. That was very thorough. Moving along, I have a couple other questions. When do we engage in special education? We've got a whole system of special education buildings and CAT and stuff. But with the special eds in particular, there are other structures and systems in place. Are we talking about changing their start times as well, and their routes and bus stops too?
So we're not specifically addressing the routing of the special education students. That is, we don't have those data. And we actually talked about this with them last week in the sense of, we can't, with the data that we have available, make any adjustments to those runs and routes. Will they have changed start times? Potentially. If they are special education students who attend an elementary school that previously started at 9 o'clock and now it starts at 8 o'clock, it would make sense that student shifts their schedule as well. You have some specialty centers that we have done portions of the routing in because they take buses. And so we wanted to see what the requirements are there, and they will potentially change their start times as well.
So we're going to have to, it sounds like we would have to, Dr. Olato, then make sure that there's coordination to the special ed level, because I know like at Central Elementary, we have kids who are, and even in Central Middle, they're fluidly moving between their program buildings and between their programmatics, whether it's for PT or other OT stuff. So when will we know about that? Because that to me would be really impactful to understand before final decisions.
I think that depending on what we get back from the Transportation Department for Chesapeake and Southern drives any methodology changes that we have for the rest of the attendance zones. Okay. And assuming that goes well, we're looking at being able to say by mid-October, this is when the school starts are supposed to be, according to this routing plan. and then you'll be able to see what the impacts are.
Okay. And then lastly, well, second to last, actually, you described a lot of good examples, I think, of some of the opt-in. So my question is, though, uninhibited bus transportation is increasingly becoming more focused, a focus towards that, and actually away from an opt-in because of the equity components and the secondary consequences of that, as in, all of a sudden, mom's reliable transportation to her best, and now all of a sudden we've got a problem, and it creates an immediate safety problem as it relates to the child's ability to get on the bus, and that's a limitation to their access to education. So how have the other school systems adapted to that to make sure that the equitable access piece, because I think one of the reasons why we never did that is because our diversity is huge in this county, unique. Like we don't have one cookie cutter standing out, and Southern would be one wonderful example. But those kids, we have temporaries in various parts of Lothian that are floating. They're still in the same elementary, but they're sometimes shifting. So can you explain a little bit how they address the equity in those models to ensure that we're not going to have a problem or someone perhaps not documented and they start taking the school bus? That's sometimes how we find our kids.
Right. So in terms of what happens on the operational side, if you go to an opt-in process, you're essentially asking the parent, are you going to use the school bus this year or not? For the beginning of the school year. And if they say no, you now no longer have to keep that seat in reserve for that child, and you can move forward with planning. And so what should happen in a transportation department in July and early August is, you have 45,000 students who say they want a seat. You look and see where you no longer need to have seats and free up resources. What you don't do, if you're in an opt-in world, is screw it down so tight operationally that there's no empty seats. And so you leave empty seats on the buses. Like we're filling your buses at 2.5 per seat minus 1. So there's always one empty seat on that bus if everybody that we plan for is coming. And that's intentional. It's conservative, but not aggressive. If you go to an opt-in process, we would probably say, okay, do 2.5 minus 3. And that way you've got space. And what may have to happen, when that student comes back and says, my mother's reliable transportation is no longer there, I need to get back on the bus. Somebody in the transportation department needs to be able to look them up and say, okay, you're closest to this bus stop. And they know there's a seat available.
And then how is early dismissals handled? We have them at least a couple times a year in our regular year because of weather events, because a school lost their electricity, we have a water break, we have you name the gamut, either are coming in late or leaving early. Under that opt-in program, kids who would normally have transportation don't. And if a couple seats don't cut it, when you have a higher percentage, as like a Davisonville versus Annapolis Elementary. I'm sure that there's some differentials there, clearly in who's using it and the percentages. Right. So how is that handled in an opt-in?
Once they opt out of transportation, until you're told that they need transportation, they become just like the other car riders. The moms that the students would never get on a bus because they don't even know what bus to get on. And so in an early dismissal situation, you put out the notification that there's going to be an early dismissal. It goes out to all the parents via the automatic systems. And just like with every car rider, if you have to wait there for a little while for all the moms to get there or the parents to get there to pick up their students, then that's how it's handled. I wouldn't recommend trying to build in elaborate backup systems because generally exactly the kinds of parents that you might think opt out will be the ones opting out. Families where one parent is not working and is available and is typically taking their child to school every day, regardless of what the bus service is. Those are typically the parents that opt out of transportation.
I still don't understand if 30% of the kids in a school district opt out and we call to our early dismissal, even the ones who are normally picking up their kids can't normally drop everything. And you usually do see that increase. I don't know how many times I have told my kids that in early dismissals, even back in the day when I was driving them, that they were going to take the bus home because of safety and other factors too when weather's going down. I don't understand how that would be equitable because some parents may be relying on group environments. How are they handling the equitable access piece? I'm still not seeing the answer.
I think that the answer is very
how is that
situational.
equitable? Because we just talked about privileged people, but I want to talk about the rest of the rank and files here who may make a different choice or whatever. I'm not seeing it.
And so let me back up on one point. So an opt-in, opt-out process means, are you telling us that you definitely don't need a seat on the bus to begin the school year, and until you tell us otherwise, you don't need a seat on the bus? I am sure that within the district we are working with outside the state, there are a strong chunk of families that stayed in even though they don't plan to use the service because they want to have it available. They feel like they need to have that backup. And so we're not in that district verifying that these 40 kids said they needed a ride, and are they riding the bus every day? All we're doing is saying, okay, instead of 65 kids saying they need a ride on this bus, only 40 said they needed a ride, so we're planning for those 40. And so that's one way. I think that situations you described where one particular school closing, you have additional resources. It'd be just like any kind of emergency closing. You might have to bring buses for evacuation to another location. That's a different operation.
Oh, no, like 2-hour early dismissals are across the board, actually. And that was just one of other.
Okay.
What about the across the board?
Well, in the across the board situation, those kids would still be part of the car rider group until they are picked up.
Dr. Arlotto, when we have early dismissals and then the staff takes off because they're in early dismissal too, and when we call an early dismissal, how would we, if we did an opt-in? I mean, I understand our opt-in during the COVID thing, and that's a different thing. It was set up different for a whole host of different reasons. But in an opt-in environment, how would we get all those kids back? Because almost probably half of the riders, their parents, even if they leave work, are still going to be 2 hours out if they're coming from Northern Virginia and the weather just went south. How would we? I mean, like, what's the operational thing here? Are they living here for 3 hours?
You're asking a great
now?
question that we're not going to answer today because the answer is, I don't know. We're not an opt-in school system. That's something that if that's where our board wants to go, we would have to study it and plan for it. But I think what I'm hearing is, in general, once you opt out, you opt out. And now you're a car rider or a walker, whether it's an early dismissal planned or it's an early dismissal because of snow. That is what I'm hearing. You just plan for those numbers.
Right.
But so you're asking a great question.
Okay.
Do we, staff doesn't leave until the children are picked up. So we don't, right? Staff has to stay, and that's under the direction of the principal. That's our rule. So we don't have an early dismissal where there are students hanging out on a curb and there are no adults around.
Okay.
Right. We always have somebody there to watch them. If we decide to go down the route of opt-in, we'd have to develop those processes and procedures.
Okay. So, and I'm not trying to start a new topic. It's just for me in determining how copacetic the 32 number is. And it was just because it was brought up by the consultant and expressed by a couple of members of having interest in that. It looks like the 32 is going to be 32 unless we go explore this other option. And so my question is, how much per bus? And then are we looking at? I can't remember the number. I know I've asked this before.
I think the
and
numbers.
I probably asked it multiple times, but and I forget the magic number. And I also want the number that includes the bus driver associated with it too, because a bus in and of itself is just a bus. And then, and while we're getting that number for our consultant, so in the interim of securing 32 additional buses, my understanding is they have to be special ordered. We have to have CDL drivers involved in them. And there's like a whole process to bring them up to standards. That's an MTA thing. That's not an us thing. That's required by state. If the 32 buses were not like secured today, how are we going to be presented a plan that does not include the 32 for this interim thing? Because there is no physical way I'm aware of that we would materialize in a couple months 32 buses, or are we going to be given a plan? Maybe I'm just confused.
So we are going to provide to you a routing plan for potential new school start times based on the parameters given to us. One of the challenges or bumps in the road for us is not having historical load factor data. We have to account for it. We have to reserve a seat on the bus for every child that you currently have. That may change a little bit as we move forward, not knowing how many students might potentially opt out of Anne Arundel and do something else. We're not looking at that though.
No, I just want to know, does the 32 buses, am I going to be presented with a plan that is going to be up to 32 buses that I'm going to need in order to deploy your plan? It's more of a yes or no, because I was listening to what you had said. You don't need to reiterate.
At most, it'll be 32 additional buses. We're still grinding down on runs, and if Chesapeake and Southern, if we have minor modifications to no modifications from the routing department of the transportation department, then I see potential to get further down. In my mind, the 32 is, this is where we are, the worst case scenario. I think we back down from that. We presented the Southern and Chesapeake with a number of runs that are in there that currently have no students assigned. They're historical runs, but the way we built the new runs, there's no students assigned. And once we all agree that that's okay, we can take those runs out. You asked me the last time we were here to come and present to you what might be the worst case scenario. 32 is my worst case scenario right now, barring anything really crazy that comes up. And we're working on all 16, so I don't think anything crazy is going to happen. But to your point about buses right now, purchase process time nationwide for buses is 6 to 9 months to get a new bus. Options that you might have, you currently require your buses to be no older than 11 or 12 years old.
That's
12?
a state law. That's not our
You
requirement.
could ask for a short-term waiver if you opted to do this in January, because those buses would ultimately be only 6 months out of the 12-year time frame from January to June. That's a possibility. The other things that we haven't played with are some tweaking in the private runs that you're required to provide. We haven't looked at what the potential additional capacity is there. Say they do their run to a private school, then can they come back and do some other work? We have not addressed that question at all. We have enough variables moving right now in the current equation. So I think 32 is the worst case scenario, but you asked for a worst case scenario. What I think the worst is, 32 right now is the worst.
Well, and for me, it's, do we have to in order to accomplish the goal? You can't work around, I need a bus. And
You bring up a good point. Sorry to interrupt, but you bring up a good point. The answer is no, you don't have to, because we calculated the additional 32 based on not having historical load factor data, and we know where those additional buses probably need to be allocated. If we take another look at, a high school and maybe do a short opt-in process with them, or just say, look, we know we're overbooking these buses right now. Let's see what happens. I don't recommend that. But the 32 is limited to about 10 of your schools. That problem is at 10 of your schools. It's not the entire system.
10 of the systems, or 10
schools are
physical
driving
schools?
the need for 32.
Okay.
And they're mostly high schools.
So if we cannot secure enough buses to pull it off, are we still able to achieve the start times? Because I keep hearing a net zero, and I've never met a net zero before in government and budgeting. quite frankly.
That was the charge put to us,
I mean,
is to
like,
come out at net zero.
I've never met a
Um,
truly net neutral thing. So how is that the original thing that you had given us, like prior to this work? That how would we achieve it without the buses?
Without the buses, we
Yeah.
would have to look at the 10 schools that are impacted and see what we could do with those 10. Now, let me put it this way. These calculations, let's just say for one of the high schools, you've been running 50 buses to that high school for the last 5 or 6 years. My calculation says you need 58. You've been doing it with 50.
Mm-hmm.
So you could continue doing whatever's been going on with 50. The reason we need 58 is because we've adopted 2 per seat minus 1 in anticipation of what will probably happen legislatively in your state, as well as it's a good idea. 2 per seat for high school students plus tubas plus footballs is a good idea. But you've been doing it with 50. Just because I now say you need 58 doesn't mean anything has changed at the school level. Okay.
Well, that's why I'm asking, because my goal was to get to how much money we're going to have to spend in order to pull it off, not the possibilities of X, Y, and Z. That's great. And that's good information too. But there is a magic, yes, we have money to do, either enough money to do it, or we can do it without, or no. Because if you can't build a bus in under 6 months, when I go to do the math on when the mid-semester break, which would be the logical next deployment window that the board has decided, that's not 6 months.
Right.
That's not close to it. And with 9 months and backlog, I don't want us to plan for something that we can't materialize without acquiring.
Agreed.
So, okay. Thank you very much for the information.
Mrs. Corkadell, the answer to your question is $73,000 is what we use as a budget number, and that includes the route and the driver.
For the 32?
So that's 2.3 million, correct? For the 32. Okay. Okay. No. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Between
was about
2
to,
and
but then-
2.5.
Did it for me.
Yeah, between 2 and
Okay.
2.5, because we're in a moving target as a worst case. And I guess the least case scenario would be about $100,000. Right?
Yep.
Although I highly doubt a worst case of 32 would land into a 1.
I'm pushing for it.
So I appreciate the complexity of what you've been dealing with and your candor, and you're giving us worst case scenario. That's very, very important. But I'm going to back up for a second and help me to make sure I understand this correctly. Okay, currently our high schools start at 7:30 a.m. There are no tiers. All high schools, is that correct? All of our public high schools start at 7:30 a.m. And correct me if I'm wrong, what you're saying is if we were to have a seat for every high school student that is eligible to ride a bus, we would need nearly 32 additional buses. I think you said most of them were high school. Do
Correct.
you know how many were not high school?
Not off the top of my head, but it's 24-ish were high school for sure. Yeah, somewhere
Okay,
20
so-
to 24 are high school.
Okay, so for every eligible high school student to have a seat on a bus, we would need 24-ish additional buses. That has nothing to do with whether our high schools start at 7:30 or 8:30, correct? Because we
Correct.
don't tier our high schools.
Correct.
So I want to be really clear. Okay, so you were, the board requested of our superintendent to bring a plan to change start times. You were brought in to assist in that work. And in the process of that work, you're pointing out something that you have come across, which is if every high school student were to have a seat, we would need 24 additional buses.
Correct.
Whether the school starts at 7:30 or at 8:30.
Correct.
Correct. So you're pointing that out. Has nothing to do with start times.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, so if I'm also understanding correctly, we would be wasting the taxpayers a lot of money by doing that, because a lot of those seats would not be filled, because if you go to our schools, there are long lines of drop off. Parking lots are full from high school students driving. You're saying we're doing this right now. We're driving, providing transportation to students right now without these additional 24 buses, and we're making it work.
Correct.
And so if we were to go out and purchase 24 more buses, we would have a lot of unfilled seats more than likely.
Potentially, yes.
And the opt-in concerns. I'm hearing you say that we need to be, if we were to use that as part of a solution, we would need to be conservative with it and allow for those changing circumstances.
Yes.
I can't imagine why a parent would opt out of transportation if they're going to be in a serious bind if there's a 2-hour early dismissal. But we absolutely know that we have parents who faithfully every day drive their kids and don't. So the hope would be those parents would help out their community and opt out and not hold up a seat that's not going to be used. Okay. Other factors besides transportation in order to change start times. So
that list is long.
January 20th of this year, the board passed a motion to start times aligned with student health, safety, and student developmental needs be presented in a plan to the board that be implemented no later than the start of the second semester of the 2021-22 school year. And that the superintendent develops this plan with the following goals. That plan should include addressing those other factors besides transportation. We're in August. Should that work already be occurring?
If you are going to switch school start times at the semester turn, yes. We
Right.
need to begin with the work hours of every employee at every school. And then I would move towards knowing generally what the school start times are. So start with high school. We're gearing everything towards an 8:30 start. Reconfigure the breakfast schedules, the delivery trucks for the meal programs, reconfigure the lunch schedules, reconfigure the athletic schedules, whatever shared facilities you have in place, all of that has to flip.
So the board made this request in January, realistically, to meet the goal that the board was clear on with a 7-1 vote. That work should be occurring, should have been occurring, not just transportation. And one more question. Okay, currently we have high school starting at 7:30. We have elementary starting in multiple tiers after that, middle school after that. And there's been an interest by many for activity buses for our high schools. Would, with fewer runs after high school, am I thinking about this correctly, if high school started later and more of our elementary schools were starting before high school, would that not make it easier, free up more buses later in the afternoon to do an additional run for the high school's activities?
Generally, yes, because the buses will be on the second tier. The third tier is middle school, which in most cases requires fewer buses than your high schools. So you already have some that are unemployed on the third tier. And it should free some assets that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just making sure I covered all of my questions. I think I did. I'm checking one more place. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Thank you. Are there any? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Schalheim has a follow-up question.
It's not a question, but it is a motion.
Oh, I have another light. Would you like me to address that first?
Yeah, after. Yeah.
Miss Omusori.
On the topic of activity buses, in terms of changing the start time dates, I've had a lot of questions on if making school start later will make activity buses less feasible. From a budget standpoint, would making school start later make activity buses more expensive since we already need more buses to begin with to get kids to where they need to be later?
I don't think the base cost for your activity buses change. What should swing is more availability of buses. Not a huge amount, but there'll be buses that don't have anything to do on the third tier that could potentially be doing a run, not knowing when you're talking about having an activity bus service. And is it at an hour after school ends? Is it 3 hours after school ends? That drives a lot of things as well. But your base cost probably won't change, and we should have a little more availability.
So it would actually help.
Potentially. It
Okay.
should. It should.
All right, that'd be great. All right, thank you.
Ms. Schalheim.
Okay. And before I do that, thank you so much for all of this. I really appreciate all the information. I move that Dr. Arlotto and his staff evaluate the feasibility of implementing a positive opt-in program for all non-special needs and non-homeless students for the 2022-2023 school year for a report back to the full board no later than February 22, irrespective of when we ultimately change start times.
Second.
Is there any discussion on the motion on the table?
I just need it I need some kind of copy of it because I don't recall it being, are we receiving it?
I just wrote it.
Okay.
Literally,
Can Miss Howell maybe forward it over to
Yeah,
us?
we often do that. You sure? Yep.
Because I don't know if I have a question or not until I see.
While you're doing that, I see Ms. Frank's light. Ms. Frank.
So as far as the potential opt-in goes, I guess my question here is, if we're using an opt-in to try to save us from buying the additional buses, wouldn't it make sense to wait and see what our bus requirements are going to be? So if we do an opt-in, the idea is we'll need less buses, correct? That's the goal of having an opt-in, is to have less buses that you'll need. So to my mind, the second part of the motion makes me wonder, wouldn't it make more sense if we're planning to do an opt-in to then wait until we have the numbers of how many people are going to be required before potentially ordering more buses?
I'm not talking about ordering more buses. I'm talking about evaluating the feasibility, potentially implementing. Sorry, Mr. Silkworth. I'm not talking about ordering more buses. I'm talking about the feasibility of evaluating the feasibility of implementing a positive opt-in program. These are two separate things. I'm talking about the potential for more efficiency, and I'm talking about also the potential of saving taxpayer money, which is kind of the point of my motion that I just literally wrote out whilst we were having this conversation, and as soon as my computer allows me, I will type it out.
Okay, it's to try to provide more efficiency, presumably by reducing the required need of buses, correct?
I think I heard her say that we don't require any, we could do what we've been doing as we've been doing it, but it's to promote efficiency and save taxpayer money.
Okay, so while you're still here,
Yeah.
if we continue with the amount of buses that we have and we don't order these 32, what are the potential results of that?
So if we design the routing plan and, we're unable to find any way within the parameters that we have to eliminate the need for the additional 32, then we would go back to the drawing board where we have those shortfalls and say, okay, for this particular school, the math says we need 58. You've been working it with 50. What do you want to do? And there'll be school by school decisions at that point if we want to grind it down that way. I would suggest to you, looking at the landscape of school transportation, I'm sure you've seen the news. The ability to get CDL drivers is in crisis. I only have one client right now that is starting the school year with all the bus drivers that they need. And I know you have outsourced transportation, so you have offloaded that responsibility to your contractors. That doesn't mean that they're necessarily have a magic solution for finding CDLs. And I have clients who have contracted transportation where the contractor is simply unable to meet their contractual obligations. I don't know how long the crisis lasts. And so, as you weigh your options, the less you need buses, the less money you're spending and the less potential trouble you may have with not being able to fulfill all the routes that you're going to have.
In my mind, the opt-in sort of negates some of the need for the additional buses. That would be my reasoning behind wanting to do that.
Right.
So I guess the only thing that I'm suggesting to the board in general is maybe we combine this with after we get an opt-in, and if we go that route, then we go back and look at how many more buses do we actually need. That was sort of the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, Dr. Tobin. We don't have it yet, right? No worries. Well, there's more people who are speaking. Just yeah. Yep. Yep. Noted. Dr. Tobin, do you have something?
Yeah. So I take Ms. Frank's point. I mean, to torture an analogy, we don't want to put the cart before the horse to some extent, if I understand what Ms. Frank is saying. But it is also, I think it's important, if I'm following this correctly, this is critical to beginning to get more accurate data on how our transportation is actually used. And we have had to, again, following the process your organization has been through, based on the way we have and have not collected our own data, we've had a sort of bloated structure in that way, in that we've had to assume certain things about who's actually riding the bus on any given day. And again, I would say these are efficiencies that are critical to actually managing our resources better. And along the way, providing, I hope, a better transportation service to our families. And I would also add, along the lines of what Ms. Ellis said, the opt-in is not something, or if it's an opt-out, depending on how it works, if a family knows they may need that service, they're not going to turn it down. It doesn't mean they use it every day, but it means, to the point that Ms. Corkadell brought up, it's available to them when there's a 2-hour early dismissal or something else happens. So that's in the calculus for the family. But it's just the case that any of us who have seen the parking lots at our high schools on any given morning and in our elementary schools on any given morning know how many families regularly in certain areas, not in all, drive their kids. And we are doubling up on something essentially that doesn't need to be doubled up on. And so if we can find that savings, I think we should try to find it, in my view. So thank you.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you all. Mrs. Schalheim is putting that motion together, and for you all to consider that motion. You've used the term grinding down a couple of times. And so could you just share with the board, while we have a couple of minutes, I'll talk a little bit more about that process, because to get to the point where you are, which is fabulous, you've had to do the things that you talked about from the very beginning. Increase loads, increase run times, and consolidate stops, which means longer walk distances to the stop. Could you talk a little bit more about that? I know you'll do more of that to try and grind that 32 down, but I want to make sure it's very clear to the board and the public that in order to get to the efficiencies that you've been talking about, those things have had to happen.
Right.
And I will say for the board for consideration, in my 15 years here in Anne Arundel County, I've never had a board member or a parent or community member ask to eliminate a stop or eliminate a run. They've always asked to add a stop and add a run. They've never asked to go the other way. Right? You've been approached by community members, say, can we get, it's closer to our house. It's too much of a walk for my third grader to get to the stop. So I just want to have those as full considerations for the board as you are making decisions and deliberating. Thank you for.
Sure. So I have in my notes, there will be pain. And so having walked with a couple of other districts through this process, we started with the bus stops you currently have. In some cases, in some of your attendance zones, we estimate, and we're going to get feedback from the transportation department on this, but probably a couple hundred more bus stops than we need in an attendance zone. And that is because we have some small neighborhoods where we have a bus stop at the beginning of the neighborhood. We have one a block in. We measured a couple. They were 300 feet apart. They were the distance of the house in between the two. And so consolidation of bus stops is one of the features that we're looking at in order to allow us to have run times that are fitting. So the bus may still have to go right past where that bus stop was, but it doesn't have to spend the 30 seconds to 1 minute to stop and pick up the kid. And so that's what's driving that piece. It's also wear and tear on your buses. The less you stop, the longer your buses last. And so that is an ongoing part of the process. The other thing that we have done is your bus stops have been there since the beginning of time, and your students move around. And what's happened in your district is the students figure out where the bus stop is that's closest to them. In some cases, we have bus stops that do not appear to be needed at all. This year, maybe you need them next year, but you don't need them for this coming year. And a dynamic transportation routing system routes to the kids you have now. And so there's that going on. We are definitely looking at increasing the run times. Given the data that the transportation department has had historically, they have designed the most efficient system that they could. They don't have a great historical load factor data. They have contractual details where one contractor may be doing this run and another contractor is doing a run that kind of overlaps with that one, but that's kind of how it's played out in history. We're not constrained by that in doing this process. And so how all that shakes out is we could potentially combine those two runs. And now, at the end, we figure out which contractor is going to get the new run that previously was two different contractors. And so there's all of those pieces. When we come back to you with a routing plan for the 16 and the transportation department agrees that it is workable with the school start times, inevitably, every person whose bus stop in front of their house was eliminated is going to ask for it back. And that's where, we're going to have to adhere to some rules. And the rules that we've put into place for the routing that we've got include reasonable walk distances for students based on age. And it includes considerations of trying not to have runs that are very long, nothing over an hour for sure, more towards the 45-minute mark for some of the longer runs. There are exceptions for that at the high school level because Southern. And so that one is it's going to be what it is. But it will be a great number of changes to the superintendent's point. And when, aside from the school start time change, you're now going to be saying, okay, your high school starts at 8:30. Most of the high school students will probably say that's awesome. But now your bus stop's not in front of your driveway. Your bus stop is at the end of the block, 2 blocks away, that kind of a thing. And that's going to be something that has to be managed by the district.
Right. So the question is, again, there is a motion on the table, and we'll have that read. But I heard Dr. Arlotto's point. I think the point you're making is, where we always have the situation where we have parents asking for more than we already provide. But the statement that we don't have parents asking to eliminate stops, I mean, why would they? Duly noted that we do have parents, who ask for stops that we don't currently have. But we also have many, many students that never ride the bus. And I see no harm to be done in asking. Again, I don't know why any parent would opt out of a bus if they need it, even if it's only on early dismissal days. So I see no reason not to. In other words, this is part of the improvement of our transportation system. This is an existing condition that has nothing to do with start times. It has to do with being able to properly plan for how many students are going to be on our buses. And we now have the motion. Ms. Howell, I was going to have the motion read, and then you could, because I think that would be helpful to everyone. Ms. Schalheim, would you like to read your motion?
Sure, I can read it again, of course. And thank you, Diane. My computer has since decided to work. It's like Friday the 13th on my computer. All right. So I move that Dr. Arlotto and his staff evaluate the feasibility of implementing a positive opt-in program for all non-special needs and non-homeless students for the 2022-2023 school year, for a report back to the full board no later than February 2022, irrespective of when we ultimately change start times. And Dr. Tobin seconded that.
Ms. Corkadell. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you. Greatly appreciated. My questions, I've got a couple for staff and possibly one more for the consultant. Dr. Arlotto, between now and February, what kind of staff impact are we looking at, or have you guys already been planning to, based on, the consultant is recommending to us that that is an option. Has that been evaluated, and if not, how much or what kind of staff impact is this feasibility evaluation? Or what are we talking about?
Yeah, great question. I don't know. We'll assign staff, a group of staff, to most likely that would include transportation and our budget and purchasing folks, to start to do some investigation around, not purchasing, Office of School Performance, do some investigation around opt-in programs. So the second part of your question is, no, we've not been looking at this. This is not something that was brought forward by the consultant up to this point. It's the first time it's ever been discussed. It's not part of the contract, and it's not something we've discussed with my team up to this point.
And that's done. That's very unfortunate. I kind of thought there was maybe a little more communication. Thank you. So given that, my other question is, so we will receive our final, here's what we recommend when?
Mid-October is our contract.
Mid-October.
We're pushing as hard as we can with it, but we are talking about thousands of bus stops.
Oh, no, that's fine. I'm surprised it's mid-October and we're still on track for that.
We're pushing
That's why
hard.
I'm asking, because those times slide for very, very good reasons. We don't want to make a decision that's not well informed. So that's going to be in October. And then is your recommendation going to include recommendations of how the board would manage the public communications with your experience? Do we include how to pull this off without, causing a major ruckus? Or is there like a practice of methodology? Like when you go to deploy X, Y, or Z, there's always like a standard of how you do it, of a best practice. Is there, and I'm asking that looking at the timeline of the February that I'm looking at to here. That's why it's important.
So you're asking if we come back in mid-October and the board determines that it wants to move ahead with the school start time change?
Yeah, is it
the
that
communication process? Having walked with another district through this recently, we can provide you with recommendations for that. Generally, it's transparency, communicate early and communicate often. We have recommended strongly with most districts that once you have adopted your school start time plan, that the conversation and engagement with the public is, here's where we're going, here's the road we're going to travel. Tell me if you're going to need help in traveling that road with us. And what that looked like in another district was they shifted their elementary school start times to something earlier, and to match, to tear up a lot of different things that were going on there. And the conversation was, your new school start time is going to be this. Does that mean you might need before school care at your school? What kinds of systems do we need to put into place to support the families that are going to be impacted by the change? I would suggest to you that your own survey data from switching from 717 to 730 it implies, based on what survey results were available, that the anticipation of the change was fairly fraught. But a year after the change, most of the families that responded to the survey said, we're fine. So it's the anticipation that's often more difficult.
So you do not recommend that we engage the public till after adoption? I was confused because you said full transparency, and full transparency would mean I would want to share it with them prior to get their feedback on it. Or are you suggesting that we pass it and then read it, or like that?
I'm suggesting to you that it is the board's decision as to when school time should start. If you would like to take public input before you make that decision, that's up to you. The scenario was we come back to you in mid-October and the board decides to move ahead with change school start times. Communication early and often is key. What will happen, and I think you saw this in some of your survey data and some of what happened in this district as you contemplated the move from 717 to 730 for your high schools. The fear of the unknown, as opposed to this is the plan, let me figure out how to react to it, caused some concerns among parents that, if it had been presented to, this is what we're changing to, let's see how we can all work together to make this happen, that seems to go more smoothly. But of course, it's the board's, prerogative as to how you decide to change school start times. I think that you have a lot of schools, and if you roll out a draft plan, every school parent is going to look and see, what does that mean to me? And you now have the potential for an awful lot of anxiety over a potential change. And rather than, okay, let me accept what the board has decided to do and figure out how that impacts me. But that's totally the board's prerogative as to which way to proceed.
So lastly, the efficiencies, and maybe I'm just, because we've been at this a little while, when you make the recommendation in October, it will not be accommodating for any opt-in, nor will it be accommodating for 32 more buses. Or in other words, when I get this plan, I'm going to have, because I got a little confused with some of your answers with Miss Ellis, because it didn't seem like the crib notes that I just took when I was asking similar. And that was, we have 32 buses as a worst case scenario in order to implement our start times that we have adopted? Or is it to implement the
32 buses?
I'm not talking about, I'm focusing on transportation. In order to handle the transportation for the start time adjustments, your recommendation is going to include the bus addendums, as the additional buses that we're going to need, and as part of your recommendation, but would not calculate for an opt-in program.
Not calculating for an opt-in program is correct. The 32 buses additional are a side effect of adopting capacity rules as we go through the routing process. They have nothing to do with the school start times. Right now, as you begin school this year, according to the number of students you have who need to be bused at each school, divided by the 2 or 2.5 minus 1, you are short 32 buses. That's what your current situation. And that's without overbooking. Because we don't have the data to be able to do that. Now, our solution, unfortunately, has to accommodate that fact. And we had discussions with the transportation department and the COO, which way would you like to proceed? And we were given the direction, well, we can't ignore this problem. We have to accommodate and address this problem in our solution. But the 32 buses, that's a current problem. That has nothing to do with school start times. That's where you are now.
Gotcha. Okay. I don't think I have more questions for this motion, but I do believe I would like to forward a motion after we have cleared this one.
Okay. Dr. Tobin, is your light still on from before, or do you? Okay. Sorry. Just making sure. Mr. Silkworth.
Thank you, President Ellis. This is a question for Dr. Lotta. From a practical standpoint, based upon where we are now with COVID restarting September 8th, back face to face, and based upon workload issues, you and your staff, and considering this motion, what is your thought about, first of all, the February deadline, whether to keep that deadline for a report or to push it back, or should we be considering something for the next year?
Regarding this motion, Mr. Silkworth, thank you for the question. I have no issues with the February deadline. Again, I've not thought about an opt-in program ever as superintendent. It's just not where our school system has been. Glad to consider it, and if the motion passes, we'll start the research and start delving into opt-in programs and see what the pros and cons are and begin to develop a strategy that we'll present to the board in February. So again, February that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Well, I was just concerned about, I know that workload it's an issue for our teachers. It's an issue for staff.
Well, it will be, I appreciate that, and you understand that firsthand. So thank you for that. It will it will be more of an issue if the board votes or if we move forward with changing start times at mid-year, because we'll have transportation staff working on getting ready for those mid-year start time changes with the routes that now have been provided. That's where their focus will be. That's where our staff's focus will be, to implement that appropriately, correctly for that mid-year. So this just adds, this would just add to that workload.
So I guess my final question would be then, based upon the 32 buses that we seem to be short, that's $2.5 million or $2.3 million, which is not in our current budget. So it could be added to the budget we deal with in November and December for the following year.
Correct. Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. I see no more lights. I get back to you, Ms. Schallheim, but I will be supporting the motion. I would be personally willing to be flexible on the report date, on the date of the report, because the motion, I lost the motion. The motion deals with an opt-in program for the following school year. So I would think a report as late as April or even May would allow over the summer to implement an opt-in program if that's the direction the board chose to go. So I don't know if there's an interest in, I'm going to turn it back to you, Ms. Schallheim. I don't know if there's an interest in amending the motion just to allow the greatest amount of flexibility, but either way, I'll support the motion.
And if I could add to, as you're considering this, the motion never mentions transportation. So maybe if we could add that, right? Feasibility of implementing a transportation opt-in program or something to that effect.
I'll consider that a tack at it, and yes.
It never mentions transportation.
Thank you. Yes. Again, that's how organic motions go. They get written out and then they get written out. Yes. So, yeah, let's just add that word. Cheers. To the point about, I was listening to you and what sort of the rough timeline you gave regarding opt-in programs in other places, and that's how I arrived at February, but maybe I misheard. So would an April or May dates work with that as well for us to then pull the trigger, which we would have to do pretty quickly at that point, I would imagine, but that's kind of where how I got to that.
So backwards planning it, you would need to have everything set realistically, know who's opting in and who's opting out as early as possible in the June timeframe. Your database rolls over 1 July. Transportation department could then say, okay, I have this list of 5% of the transportation eligible students who no longer need a ride. I now can see how the chips fall, and that gives them July, end of June and July to work on that. And you can backwards plan from there. The district we most recently worked with on it started communicating it in January, communicated it in February, opened up in March, and had it open, actually, because they're a little later start, had it open until the beginning of July and closed it right at around the beginning of July. It's just when you could open it for 2 weeks, just see what happens. But I'd recommend a pretty long period so people can get used to the idea, discuss it, talk about it. But you really do need to close it sometime in the June timeframe, so you have time to reap the benefit of knowing who's not coming.
So having heard that, are you still uncomfortable with February? Do you want to? Because that's how I arrived at that. But I'm flexible. I just want for purposes of communication.
Right. So to recap, we're talking about two different issues.
Right.
Start times and improving even further. Basically, this is the board's doing our work to improve the efficiency of the transportation system, which has been important to us. Those are two separate issues. I don't want one to depend on the other. And so I agree that it could be very difficult to have a February deadline on the chance that we're implementing a start time change, a month prior. So I would think at least extending it to March would be
I'm
advisable.
more than fine with that.
Or,
So February to March. And remember, we have two
what
meetings in
about,
March. It could be.
First, I'm trying to remember annual things on the agendas, but first meeting in April. That gives much more of a cushion, but still.
Did you want March or April? I'm confused.
I guess I'm thinking out loud, and now I'm suggesting first meeting in April.
Okay, I'm fine with that too. As long as it gives us enough time to communicate, and that's really what the February was sort of hinged on for me, is we're going to need to communicate this and communicate it again and do it again and again and again to make sure we reach all of our people.
Correct.
All right, yeah, so by the first meeting of April. Thank you, Diane.
Okay. I see no more lights.
My apologies. Okay, so with the tech edits, the new motion reads that Dr. Arlotto and his staff evaluate the feasibility of implementing a positive transportation opt-in program for all non-special need and non-homeless students for the 2022-2023 school year for a report back to the full board no later than the first meeting in April 2022, irrespective of when the board ultimately changed start times. Ms. Amasori.
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim.
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth.
Aye.
Ms. Frank.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, President Ellis. I don't know that this needs to be a motion, so bear with me here. I'm going to count on the grace of, if we all agree, kind of just that Dr. Arlotto is going to remember and staff a little bit here, because I don't think it needs to be that formal. But as our consultant pointed out, there's a lot of things not related to transportation that come into play. And I think it would be prudent for us to get that ball rolling, because I personally would not be prepared to make a decision on a recommendation like that without having all those factors into place. And so to that effort, Dr. Arlotto, before I make the request, I do have just one or two clarifications for you. And number one is, based on this exercise and thus far, I know that there was some logistical challenges related to COVID and transportation as it related to childcare rolling into this school year, and the loss of, and just like with bus drivers, the licensing and all that wonderful stuff has definitely wreaked havoc and could for the upcoming couple years. Have we started to have conversations with our childcare providers to their availability and capacity to do this? Because unlike our school system, when the board speaks, there's not a snap the finger and make it happen. These are outside agencies, both private and public. Recs and Parks plays a huge role, of course. They have their contracts with their people that start at the beginning of the school year. They are on the same fiscal calendar that we are. And in addition to that, there are, MOUs as well as other contracts with private entities. Have we started to explore consequences of changing those contracts, as well as even just the availability in general of some of this, or is thus far?
So it's a great question. Those child care centers Rexon Park, before and after care centers, they're paying attention to this, right? We are their clients. So they're paying attention to this. Have we sat down and started to go through contracts or MOUs with groups? No, we've not gotten that far. But as we get further in the process, we will manage, we'll let them know what the changes are once the board makes a decision. And then they will, I'm sure, alter accordingly.
So we don't anticipate any challenges with the altercation, or like, in other words, have we gotten initial feedback? Because the board did establish some ground rule times. So if I'm in, Davisonville is what, like 9:20 right now or something like that. Their start time, I may be off by 10 minutes, give or take. So if I'm moving them into 8 a.m., for example, have we received feedback from the providers as to their ability to provide if we make the change?
No.
Okay.
No.
Is that something that we can start to do?
Sure, we will. Yes, we will have those conversations. Again, they're paying attention. This is not a new topic for this school
Correct.
district. We've had task forces and we've gotten public input, and there's been lots of conversation. We've always included those healthcare providers and Rexon Park in those conversations. So it's not new, nor will it be a surprise. Again, they're watching. Jessica and her team at Rexon Park, who you know well, as an example. So yes, we'll have more specific conversations with them, but I don't see that dictating a decision of the board.
Correct.
Right? That the board is going to make a decision, and then all those other pieces will have to fall into place as best they can.
Is there a possibility that we could ask them to perhaps participate in the same meeting of the presentation of the consultant, so that as we make our decision, that we have that as available to us if we have questions about that? Because what I am really, and our consultant totally said it well, a lot of the barriers that lead people to not want to make the decisions right off, and what that looks like when the public would be involved, as messy as our redistricting, but I think democracy is necessary to be sloppy. So that would be my personal disagreement, but not for here, of course. But I would like to, based on what we see, get some feedback before we make that decision, because we're talking about a decision mid-year. If we were talking about a decision for the start of next year, wouldn't bat an eye with this October. I'm thinking we're right on schedule. But we're asking people, after coming out of multiple changes, and as much as I love resiliency, I don't know how much a human being can withstand on the voluntary versus the other. So I think because of the mid-start, that we're going to have that conversation very quickly. And what I don't want is us to make a decision and people start to prepare for it, to come to find out that some of our vulnerable population who are relying on this in particular way are not going to suddenly be able to interface with these necessary. That childcare is not optional. It is necessary for families in order to put food on the table, as well as provide for shelter and other things. So we're talking about possibly upsetting a rock and a boat in a mid-season, and I'm very concerned about that. So I would like, can we start to process some of that and maybe get just based on what we know now, sort of benchmark in October, and then continue to hammer? Is that possible, that we could start to get this engagement going on?
Yes.
Okay. Is the board comfortable to make a motion, or can we just kind of agree that we're going to, hear from some of these folks? I'll do either or.
I'm sorry to interrupt. So yes, we will engage them. Bringing them before the board is not what I'm suggesting. Engaging them and letting them know that this train is headed down the track, and these are the start times that are being considered. This will then, of course, be their start times, and then there's now end times. And that has to be considered by these groups, by the outside groups, by parents. And so we'll continue with, again, I believe they're in the know, but we'll have those specific conversations. I'm not sure that I would recommend that we bring them in at the same time the board is hearing a final report and making a final decision.
But if I'm basing my decision based on that information, why would I make a decision prior to it? I'm confused now.
It's, based on the conversations that have happened with this board, the last time we had this conversation with the consultant here in the room, what I heard was the board is ready to make a decision. The board has made a decision and it's moving forward. Motion was made, a motion was passed, a decision was made. The details are what are in play. Now, absolutely, if you want to start to bring people in and get public input on possibly making start time changes, that can occur. But my sense of what occurred at the last meeting was a motion was made, a decision was made that we are moving forward, and the details are what are being worked out now by our consultant and our transportation division.
I'm sorry. Maybe I was not clear. I'm speaking not about the public. The board made it perfectly clear it had no interest in hearing from the public until after we have seen it and would be making a decision on the same day. That was the motion that failed. That was voted down was to get that. But what was not decided by this board was that we would not engage in our partners that provide necessary services for our families. So are you saying that you do not recommend that we have a conversation with an agency that provides the child care support prior to voting on the final plan?
I'm suggesting, Ms. Corkadell, that first and foremost, it's the board's decision, not your superintendent's. I'm then also saying that it's a great idea to bring them in if you're going to consider their input. If you're not going to consider their input because a decision has already been made and is on the table, then I don't want to waste their time in a conversation. In the background, we're going to meet with them. We're going to talk with them about start and end times, availability of space, and all those things. But I don't want to bring them in if you're not going to consider their input at that time.
I want to consider their input.
I'm not saying you don't. I'm just giving you my
So it sounds like I do need a motion then, President Ellis.
Okay.
So I move that we invite Director Lays from Oh, I thought I double hit it. I'm a double clicker. I move that we invite Director Lays and necessary staff to for follow-up to our transportation presentation to get an understanding of the impact of the outcome of this plan that in October that we're going to see. And that we invite her and staff to either show up at that meeting or thereafter. But if the thereafter is after I'm being asked to vote on a motion, on motions on this, then I would want her present at that time. So I guess for the October meeting of transportation. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got a little bit. Yeah.
Something?
No, we haven't had a break in a while outside of BRs. No, I move that we invite Ms. Lays to attend and participate in our consultant's presentation as a separate item, and that we receive that prior to any motions made by the board on that evening of relevant to the presentation and that agenda item.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, Ms. Shawheim.
Can you please type that out so we can all see it?
I see
Thank
Ms.
you.
Howell
Appreciate
writing.
it.
She might have it, but Ms. Howell, do you need that typed?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
I'm typing it right now. Give me
Okay.
2
Yeah,
seconds.
can't vote on
and,
it without saying.
Send that to her.
While we're waiting on that, I'm just going to make a statement. We've been going in circles on this issue in this district for years now. I think it was sometime last year, might have been in our January meeting. I gave a history on this topic in our school system. So now I'm going to give the recent history, which is December 14th. We had a start times workshop that included Park and Recs. Forgive me. There were lots of consultants there to inform us as we were making decisions to move forward. On December 21st, we had a start times public hearing. I remember in my notes, we had 100 people signed up. One person spoke sort of on a different topic. It did not support or was not for or against changing start times. One person was against changing start times. The remainder of the speakers spoke in favor of changing start times. We certainly have had much written testimony over the months and years. So I believe, and I support what Dr. Arlotto was saying, is that people are watching, people are listening. The entities that are going to need to work with our community and make adjustments are aware and prepared, and we can't, I feel like we are going in circles. So I am all in favor of always receiving more input and making things better. But we are right now we're in a place where a decision was made. The most recent one was in order to align, let me make sure this is the right one. In order to align student school day schedules with medical and psychological organizations' recommendations based on decades of peer-reviewed research, Ms. Ellis moved that the AECPS establish the start and dismissal times based on this board's parameters stated at the January 20th, 2021 meeting. The date of implementation to be decided following an update by Prismatic Services at its August 18th meeting, board meeting during phase 2, and that the board commits itself to gather community input and provide continued transparency to the public throughout this process. The board voted 7-1 to approve. Again, yes, we need to continue to communicate and receive input from our partners and from our community as we continue to refine the plan that this board indicated is needed. First of all, or not first of all, but kudos to Prismatic, because I'm looking at the initial parameters that we established in January. Elementary, no earlier than 8 a.m., no later than 9 a.m. Middle school, no earlier than 8:30 and no later than 9:15. High school, 8:30 a.m. And said, if parameters need to be adjusted, the revised plan will remain close to these stated goals as much as possible. But
we're hanging.
You hit the
so far we're hanging.
You hit the target. So thank you very much for all of your efforts, and thank you very, very much, Dr. Arlotto and your staff, for for the collaboration to get us where we are right now.
I've sent that to Ms. House, so she should
Thank you.
be receiving it and
I will pull that up because
redistributing
it'll be helpful for me too.
And I will opt to speak last.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so we are now at a time of, yes, how is this going to affect you as an individual? We're going to hear concerns and we're going to work with the community and address those concerns as they come up as best we can. But if we're going to do this successfully, we need to be leaders. We need to make a decision, and we need to then work with the community and educate everyone on why we do this and how we do this. So that's just, and now I have 2 more lights, so I'll, Ms. Corkett, I'll come back to you at the end. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Ms. Schallheim?
I think my light was on to request the motion which we have, so I don't have anything more to say. Thanks.
Ms. Frank?
Can I just invite you to sit down if you would like? We may be
Oh my
discussing a little longer.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Sometimes.
I know. If you're wearing
Don't.
heels like I frequently do, I know how you feel. I think that we should absolutely be reaching out to everybody that is going to have a stake in this, but I think we should set the expectations. As President Ellis said, the decision has been made. You know, I was the lone vote against it, but that's where we are now. And I think in order to move forward, I would suggest that we not give anybody the wrong impression that this is not settled, because in my mind it is. So I would just be very careful as to how we proceed and to not confuse people on what this does and doesn't do.
Okay, Ms. Corkett.
So I just want to, you know, I am a checklist oriented person. So in my mind, when you're going to proceed, you should always proceed well informed. And there is a host of criteria that the consultant shared with us in part, which I had honestly not considered or been advised to as it related to food service, for example. When you told me the 5 minutes for breakfast, I went, oh, because sometimes that's, for some of our kids, that is their meal. And making sure that the little things like that are. And so this is one of what I would presume to be several engaging conversations with our partners in various agencies in the public and private sector. Separate, obviously, this is a separate conversation from the public stuff, but to ensure that we have all the information so that we can well support this. I know there's this trepidation and fear that every time somebody brings up something that's a challenge, that it's going to somehow, you know, move the goalpost and change the whole universe, and really it's a chance to reverse. No, it's really good governance is about being willing to ask all those questions and be prepared to solve them, not just let them sit up there as new barriers or existing barriers. So I just want to reiterate here that this is about us being well informed and having it all shaken out. What I don't want to hear from a resident, I do want to hear their concerns. I do want them to see if their bus stop has changed, that are we sure we're going to be proceeding forward with that? I think a person has a right to know where their kid is being picked up and then they're handing off to us, the public entity, and participate in that. But that's not what this motion is about. It is about a start of a series of what we should be doing as part of our job in good governance. And that's making sure we know what the challenges that Ms. Lays and her team are going to have, because that's being responsible partners, is seeking the information out and then helping to work collaboratively if any are identified to solve them. So I hope that as we move forward with this, as Ms. Frank had pointed out, that we as members are differentiating between one another what we are trying to accomplish, which is the best version, and not obstruction and other types of things, which I'm sure some members of our public, and maybe even perhaps here, I'm not going to suppose that would be incorrect. But I just want to make sure that every time we're asking for additional information, number one is we're receiving it as much as possible, and we don't control our agencies and our partners always, so we're always just hopeful that they want to work with us, but that there's going to be a lot more of it, because I think this is big enough where we do need a lot more of it in general. This is bigger than a redistricting. This is bigger than anything I think our school system has done absent of our state of emergency of COVID, former state of emergency, I should say. It's no longer in that capacity. So I hope everyone will see that and support and maybe even make suggestions to new ones.
Thank you, Ms. Corrigan. Ms. Silkworth does now have something to say, so I know you were having the last.
I just pressed the button. I just want to make it clear from my standpoint. This board did make a decision about start times. We had a tremendous amount of discussion about that. It's gone on a long time. I support that. I support the decision. Our decision now is the decision about whether to implement that in the middle of a school year or the next year. That's my concern. It's my personal opinion that we should not do it at the middle of the school year. That's my opinion. At this point in time, particularly, we're going into a new year. We're going back face to face. There's a lot of stress on everybody, and we don't even know. We are being very positive about that. I'm excited about it, and I'm hoping it's going to really go well. But I don't know what challenges we're going to face in the fall. So as I said, I clearly agree with the start times, and her report was marvelous. It was great. We're going to get a final report, in October? And so I want to do what's in the best interest of our students and our teachers and staffs and communities. So I just wanted to make that clear about my position about the start times.
Thank you, Mr. Silkworth. Okay, you're good. All right, we're going to vote. Ms. Howe.
Ms. Corkett, move that the Board of Education invite the Director of Recs and Parks and staff of her presence to present during the Transportation Consultant Report anticipated in October 2021 to advise the board of the impact the proposed mid-semester start time changes on childcare and similar services will have, and that discussion occur prior to any motions related to that agenda item. Ms. Amasori?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
I 100% agree with Ms. Corkadell about getting information. That's necessary. However, I do believe that is covered in the motions we have previously passed. That was my understanding of the motion that Ms. Ellis read. And frankly, I also trust in the implementation of this, our superintendent to do as he said he would be doing, which is to be having the conversations that need to be had. And for that reason, I'm a nay.
Ms. Scholheim?
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth?
Nay.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative, motion fails.
Yeah, just to recap, yes, this board is left in a place of making a decision of when this will be implemented. No action was on the agenda for today. Today's agenda was a presentation. I I thought it prudent to offer the opportunity for the board to receive the presentation and to consider everything we've received before taking action. So we will be putting the next phase on the agenda, just not for today. So barring any other discussion or motions.
I did have one question.
Yes.
President Ellis. So I just want to make sure I understand that our board has decided that we will not receive any public comment or any comments from any agencies or partners prior to being presented with what will probably be motions in October on the largest decision this board has made in a really long time. Am I understanding that? Based on no for the most important, the other? Is that my understanding? That the board has decided through a series
So-
of 2 motions of being voted down that that the public will not be providing testimony on what we will be hearing in October prior to us voting or affirming anything, and that we will not be
Okay.
afforded an opportunity to hear from our agencies.
I think it's up to individual members to interpret what the board has decided. I mean, me as a member, I
Well, I'm
believe
asking
we
if we have
we
anything
received information in a workshop from our partners. We've had a public hearing, and anytime something is on the agenda, we'll be hearing from the public. They will have the opportunity for comment. So I think what I mean, you asked a question, but I hear a characterization of this board, and I have a different opinion on that, but.
If I may just clarify, I'm just asking if that the board had any plans to bring in any additional information for us for a well-informed decision, since the others are not occurring. It's a yes or no.
I expect to have information, Dr. Arlotto to inform us as he is working with our school partners on that work. I heard Dr. Arlotto loud and clear about bringing people before the board and taking their time for them to inform us when the board's already made a decision. The information that's critical right now is that Dr. Arlotto's team has the information to implement what the board has decided on.
Well, I appreciate that. You've already answered it. So if you want to keep on talking, that's cool. But all
right.
It was a simple yes or no. And the answer is no, we will not be receiving any more information than the transportation in October, excepting at discretion of yourself and the superintendent. Thank you.
Ms. Frank.
So just to clarify, that we're having the consultant come back in October. They will introduce a plan at that time, correct? This is what we've got for you, and then the board then approves the plan.
I don't think the board's decision is dependent on, I think the purpose of today was for the consultant to provide the board with information that, it's up to the board to decide, do we have enough information? I don't think the board, and this is now me speaking as a member, but I don't think the board needs to know, the detail of every bus stop before making a decision. That's the work that's being done, and that's what that work is going to be completed. And correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Prieto. That's the work that's going to be completed by October, is finishing the routing. You've done 5 routes, and you're going to complete that work and basically come back and say.
And if I could, when we met last, the request for me to come back today was to give you a read on how cost neutral it might be.
Right.
And that's what I've provided.
Right.
I think we are getting towards cost neutral, with the exception of the bumps in the road that I've talked about that are independent of the changes in school start times. What you will have as we finish out attendance zones and The transportation department vets them. How it is shared with the board is how it all shakes out. I can tell you what the answer is going to be for high schools, because right now everything is 8:30 for the high schools. But then what does it mean for ABC Elementary versus CDE Elementary? Is that one at 8? That one's at 8:15, or that one's, those kinds of details you should have as part of our routing plan. That's not the major portion of the work for us.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Does that answer your question?
Not really. So there will be, I'm hoping there will be some point where you come back and say, you will need X amount of buses. It will likely cost you X amount of dollars. And all of these parameters are fulfilled, but there may be 2 schools and they're here and here, and these will not fit within the parameters. Or, hey, great, they've all fit within the parameters. Everything's going to be hunky-dory and it costs nothing. Like that will happen. Is that correct?
Hunky-dory is what we're going for.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that time, we will have an opportunity to discuss, if they do not hit all of the parameters, what has not been hit. And if we're accepting of that, is that going to happen? And will the public be able to weigh in on that presentation? That will hopefully be on an agenda, correct?
Yes, as far as,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, and again, anytime something's on the agenda, the public has
Okay. So
the
they
opportunity
could
to
at least
weigh
weigh
in.
in at that point.
But I mean, we also,
See it
Until she delivers it.
No, they won't have a chance to weigh in on it.
Okay. Okay. I see. All right.
They will not see something before we decide. But we already decided that as a board when you made that motion and it failed. So that's really not for us to probably.
right, the board, I mean, again, going over our history, the board voted on changing start times. We're now in the weeds doing the work to get it done. And there is another piece that, we need to be out, communicating with the community, receiving their input and leading the community through this.
But that is the last piece, correct?
Well, yes, I mean,
Okay.
the board has to make a decision about an implementation date for sure. And that's got to be soon, obviously. So does that answer everyone's questions? Dr. Tobin?
I'm sorry, you said essentially what I thought needed to be added to the conversation, which is what Mr. Silkworth brought up. We will, as we hear more, then determine if we think mid-year still works or not. And that will be based on a whole lot of the information I'm assuming that we get.
So I see no more lights, I think. I think we're closing out this agenda item. Dr. Prieto, am I pronouncing your name correctly? Want to thank you very much for your time. I know it's a difficult topic. I'm sure you deal with a lot of lots of questions everywhere you go, but we appreciate you joining us today and answering our questions.
Thank you. So I'll see you in October.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much for your time.
Quite welcome. Thank you.
The board is going to take a 10-minute break, bathroom break. Yeah. There's lunch. I don't know, it's short. If anyone is start. Okay, we are resuming the Board of Education meeting for August 18th. Currently, we are on agenda item 5.02, readiness for opening of schools to include information normally presented in monthly departmental reports. Dr. Arlato.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. As always, we're delighted to give you a reopening or an opening report. This one obviously is very special as we are now bringing all of our students back into schools. We've not had that in the past 17 months. Under normal circumstances, you would have a cadre of department heads in front of you to give you reports from their vantage points. It is them that has done all the hard work, not me. But in order to keep the number down of staff and people in the boardroom, I'm delivering the update, the report, the opening report to you. So let me begin with academics and strategic initiatives. We had roughly 10,000 students served in summer school and summer camps this past summer, and 833 students served in our ESY, the extended year summer camps for our students with special needs. New teacher onboarding kickoff, also known as NTOK, begins today. We will engage, well, I should look at the clock. We're over, but it began today. And we'll be engaging over 500 first-year teachers in efforts to ensure that they have a smooth transition into classrooms and school buildings. NTOK readies our new teachers, while thousands of veteran teachers participated in professional development in the summer to ready them in areas such as equitable teaching practices, how to build an amazing world inside our new LMS, Learning Management System Brightspace, Relationship Building 101, and of course, content and skills targeted for their grade level or discipline. Two additional PD highlights for the upcoming year: Building Instructional Leaders and Assistant Principal Leadership Academy will begin in September. The Building Instructional Leaders is designed to support support school leadership pipeline as it provides new and rising leaders with authentic opportunities to deepen their understanding of coaching and pedagogical support for teachers. This year's focus in the Assistant Principal Leadership Academy is innovation, feedback, and action. Assistant principals will be challenged to create an innovative solution to a common problem and apply the tenets of the Plan, Do, Study, Act model. Approximately 25,000 educators enrolled in almost 400 professional development offerings during the spring and summer of 2021. They voted with their feet to let us know how much they valued our professional development choices. Our teachers are absolutely ready for the new year. Curriculum writing and professional development over the summer has readied teachers to offer their amazing courses, academic supports, and targeted skill instruction. Content and program teams have worked to embed new tools and technology applications in order to ensure equitable and inclusive learning environments. As you know, academic team members and school-based teachers designed and the board approved 17 new courses over the past 12 months in preparation for the opening of this school year. These new courses support the values of the strategic plan to offer students important and relevant content, tools, skills, and experiences so that every student is able to confidently build and cross their unique bridges from school to community engagement, the workforce, and college enrollment. Many academic-related professional development offerings occurred in the content areas and in the program areas as well. These included offerings from across the content disciplines, as well as those offered in AVID, the Office of Instructional Technology, the Magnet Program, Service Learning, and EEE. At this time, nearly 1,400 students have accepted seats within our programs of choice and magnets this fall. To prepare for the upcoming school year, approximately 3,000 magnet program students engaged in online activities or bridge programs over the summer months. The home of the PVA, Studio 39, underwent significant facility upgrades, including HVAC, theater space infrastructure work, enhancements to the art gallery, storage solutions, and a new state-of-the-art soundboard to support program excellence. Something, if you're not aware of, that occurred at Studio 39 this summer was the creation of a mural. You'll see a picture of that phase process before you. This was done in conjunction with the PVA staff and the city of Annapolis. Our PVA students worked collaboratively with professional artists to create a mural on the newly resurfaced basketball court at Studio 39. I got a chance to go out and see the students and the artists at work this summer. Really just a phenomenal work that they were doing, very intricate. And the next is what it looks like now at Studio 39 on the basketball court, done by our students. Just absolutely amazing. There is a complete story to that art. I would not do a service to it to try and explain it to you, but the artist shared with me the story behind every inch of that, the colors chosen, the sign language, the faces, the doves, all of that has a purpose as part of the art. And there will be an interactive board at the site where you can go by and click on the QR code and learn about the art and the installation itself. Just very, very cool, and a fabulous connection to Studio 39 and our PVA students. This summer, funds also afforded us the opportunity to plan and launch additional co-curricular opportunities, including co-curricular integration in summer offerings, high school robotics, and the implementation of the Acer Chromebook Repair Certification Program and Acer Repair Clubs. Over 30 of our students are now certified to fix our Chromebooks. Many will engage in this activity through participation in the Acer Chromebook Repair Clubs in the fall. AACPS remains committed to supporting all students with an IEP as we return to in-person instruction. Teachers will work to ensure students with disabilities can access the curriculum. School staff will be expected to hold IEP meetings, review IEP goals and services, and conduct evaluations and reevaluations in accordance with the established procedures and timelines. IEP meetings will continue to be held virtually unless the family or school team requests an in-person meeting. As students return in September, special education teachers and related service providers will gather data to determine eligibility for recovery and compensatory services for all students receiving special education services during pre-closure, closure, and post-closure. Following a review of the data, school teams will determine the need for recovery or compensatory services and contact parents or guardians to discuss. Students who require recovery or compensatory services, school staff will schedule a time with the families to review the proposed recovery compensatory service plan and collaborate on how best to address the students' needs. The new fall 2021 academic schedules are designed for healthy academics, academic support, social emotional wellness, and socialization, all within the school day. The schedules allow students to connect and build community within their school above and beyond their academic learning experience. These schedules are possible because of the collaborative work across all departments and divisions of AACPS. Over 1,100 families received assistance with internet access this past year, readying them for total connectivity. Our bilingual facilitators are ready to work with families of our English learners and will be conducting workshops throughout the year on a variety of topics. They will be out soon helping multilingual families sign up for Brightspace so they will be able to be a meaningful partner in their students' education. More online support and enrichment will be created this year for families. The School and Family Partnerships Office, with 2 new members, will provide traditional, virtual, and hybrid options to parents and caregivers, especially targeted support to get families engaged in Brightspace. We have hired a parent with the appropriate skills and knowledge to create the support and parent-family engagement and use with the Brightspace LMS. As you know, the 21st Century Education Foundation continues to provide support to teachers, students, and families throughout the county. They have begun planning for their in-person events and fundraisers this year. At our 12 community schools, let me step back, excuse me. Unique this year is the work of our new office in AACPS, community and school-based programming. This includes, in this office, our Title I programming, community schools, and Maryland's Blueprint for Education. At our 12 community school locations, 10 new ones this year, our program managers are going into the community and passing out popsicles, water, and helping our families get ready to return to in-person learning. They are learning about their new communities while meeting and speaking to families. After a summer where over 1,300 students at Title I funded schools soared through 3 different in-person learning support and enhancement programs, it is now time for our 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students to fall into a good book as school begins. Thanks to every school-wide Title I funded school receiving new classroom libraries. The funding from the Blueprint for Maryland's Future supports our community schools and also provides funding for teaching assistants at 20 schools. These TAs will assist with the literacy blocks in primary grade classrooms to help our students build foundational literacy skills. We are focusing on students who are struggling in the primary grades to close the opportunity and achievement gaps while students are young. The AACPS Virtual Academy will open its virtual doors this fall with 550 students enrolled in grades 3 through 12. With the support of the offices across the system, staffing of the Virtual Academy is going well. The principal, assistant principal, and academic dean are all in place, as is most of the school's staff. Students will fully engage virtually in the upcoming school year. To support incredible learning, teacher onboarding ignited on August 6th with an innovation summit led by Virtual Academy Principal Lindsay Drager. Regarding facilities, technology, transportation, and food and nutrition services. Facilities undertook significant construction, renovation, or maintenance projects at approximately 50 schools over the summer. The shorter duration projects have or are nearing completion, while the major longer duration projects will continue into the school year by design. The cleaning and restocking of schools is on schedule. Athletic facilities have been inspected and are ready for use by student athletes and spectators. HVAC systems have been inspected, extended operational hours programmed, and filters replaced. PPE items are being replenished in advance of school opening. Regarding technology, all software applications have been tested and are up and running in advance of schools reopening. The routine summer computer refresh initiative has been completed. Sufficient Chromebooks have been deployed such that each pre-K through grade 2 student has 2 devices, one for home use and one for in-school use, while each 3rd through 12th grade student has one assigned to them for full-time use. Additional laptops and Chromebooks are arriving and being deployed weekly upon receipt. Regarding transportation, all buses have been inspected, tagged, and made ready for use. All mandatory MVA and MSDE driver in-services have been completed. Bus schedules will be released and posted within the next few days. We are experiencing the same CDL bus driver shortages and MVA processing delays as jurisdictions across the state and country are facing. This may necessitate some temporary route consolidations or alterations until it is resolved. National and industry statistics speak to a 10 to 15% shortage of CDL bus drivers across the public school transportation industry. We are working with our contractors to quantify the exact level of impact locally. Regarding food nutrition services, the online meal benefit application forms are up and running. Remember that even though there will be no charge for student meals, the federal and state governments are still requiring that the application forms be completed. All menus have been finalized and commodity orders placed with the vendors. All meals will be accessed via the standard cafeteria serving lines when schools open. We are still seeking food and nutrition service workers. So, if anyone out there is looking to pick up a bit of extra income and support our students, please call Miss Reese. In the communications division, we will be resurrecting the family information line on August 23rd. Families will be able to call 410-222-5001 and choose from a menu of options to connect with the department or office they need. There will also be a voice mailbox from which messages will be retrieved at least twice daily. We established this call line in the spring. We're going to reopen it for this upcoming fall. Regarding contact tracing, we will do contact tracing in the same manner as we did last year with a team led by Miss Kate Gilbert and Mr. Mosier. We believe this process will be more complex this year given the differing paths close contacts will have with regard to vaccine status. One big change is that students in a classroom between 3 to 6 feet of each other who are masked will not be deemed close contacts of a positive case and will not have to quarantine. That's a new change from where we were and how we were operating in the spring. To help diversify our communications efforts, schools will be allowed to establish Instagram accounts. We are finalizing this process now. From the Office of School Performance, between transfers and promotions, 17 schools will have new principals. 8 schools will open with first-year principals, and 9 will open with principals new to the building. 24 schools have had changes in assistant principals at 20 schools. Assistant principals, 17 were promoted, 7 were transferred. Our teachers will soon be back to create welcoming environments for our students and families. All schools will be opening on time this year. We are projected to our current enrollment is at 81,395 students this year, and our staff will be ready to go. Will be ready to get to know them before and after the school year opens. This year, we are all transitioning back to in-person instruction 5 days a week. We'll be offering orientations at all levels. The elementary schools will be holding orientation events for new and returning students. Secondary level will be hosting orientations for all new students. 6th and 9th graders, as well as for 7th and 10th graders who will be in their buildings for the first time. We are looking forward to seeing families in person this year at our back to school nights. Regarding athletics, although 2020-2021 brought many challenges, we're happy to report that throughout the last school year in virtual, hybrid, and in-person environments, we had 7,438 students register for athletic teams. 670 of those were for our unified tennis, bowling, and bocce programs. Throughout the pandemic, AECPS coaches and staff have risen to the occasion in support of student athletes and communities to include facilitating engaging, creative, and innovative virtual connections. Last winter, we held countywide virtual forums on racism in athletics and on NCAA college recruitment. Then, last spring season, Maryland was able to return to a state playoff structure, with AACPS bringing home state championships in softball at Chesapeake High School, girls lacrosse at Broadneck High School, and boys lacrosse at Severna Park High School. As we move forward to this year, we are excited that fall sports began last week on a traditional schedule. Our countywide points of emphasis this year are sportsmanship and building inclusive team cultures. We invite everyone to look at the information on our county athletics website and hope to see you out there supporting our student athletes this year. Our team has worked with all the school-based leaders to ensure a successful opening of the school year. On Monday, August 23rd, we, the Office of School Performance, plan to host a countywide virtual meeting with principals to open the 2021-2022 school year. Our focus will be on building relationships with staff, students, and the community, and how we will operationalize our framework for cultural responsive teaching and the brain. In summary, our 125 principals and their school teams are ready and excited to welcome our students for the 2021-2022 school year, thanks to the collaboration of many offices. Regarding student services, the MTSS team recently held a 4-day virtual PBIS University for school, 2 days for elementary and 2 days for secondary, where PBIS school teams attended choice breakout sessions and received training on the core 4 Tier 1 features with an equity lens. Counselors, psychologists, and social workers are also prepared to provide social emotional supports to students as they return to school. Second step will be implemented in elementary and middle schools. Advisory will continue in middle schools, and the wellness block will be part of the high school weekly schedule. 40 wellness sessions were created and distributed to all high schools. In the fourth quarter of 2021, favorite sessions reported by a survey of students included exploring stereotypes, gratitude, exploring identity, positive thinking and healthy optimism, healthy relationships and boundaries. Counselors will also be delivering the core counseling curriculum in all grade levels. Office and major incident referral forms were also updated to include non-binary language. Student code of conduct lessons have been revised over the summer by a committee that includes several high school students. Topics include Maryland Safe Schools, the tip line, learning behaviors to be successful at school and beyond, technology use by students, restoring relationships and repairing harm, those are responsive circles, belief statement, problem solving, scavenger hunt, code of conduct Jeopardy game, and making decisions. The lessons and sign-off sheet will be delivered over the first 2 weeks of school and are available on the intranet. Health department immunization packets were distributed to principals and senior staff last week, and Connect Ed calls continue to be made weekly to families of students who still need vaccines. As of now, there are 1,741 7th graders and 554 kindergartners that do not have their immunization packets, or their information is still being inputted by registrars. Summer school had over 3,000 students enrolled. 32 seniors participated in the graduation ceremony held last Thursday at Severna Park High School. In the world of human resources, the staffing numbers as of 8/16 are: the number of new AACPS teachers hired, 548. 125 of those are diverse new hires, and we were able to hire 2 from Puerto Rico. We have 130 of the hires are AACPS graduates, and 57 of them were interns. The number of active substitute teachers is 1,700. The number of active NBC, Nationally Board Certified teachers, is 366. The current number of teaching vacancies is 132. The Office of Equity and Accelerated Student Achievement continues to carry out the AACPS educational equity policy. For the first weeks of school, there will be a focus on staff well-being, building positive student-teacher relationships, staff being provided resources that support the new safe and inclusive environments for LGBTQ+ students. In the Division of Instructional Data, all software applications and student database rollovers have been completed and are up and running. Mandated training sessions have been conducted and/or scheduled for school test coordinators and other assessment leaders. ACPS approximately has 96% of our students scheduled across the district, with the finishing touches in the works to close the remaining scheduling gaps on a school-by-school basis. IDD, the Division of Instructional Technology, is working to support each school in that regard. And finally, in the area of security, working with partners in athletics to review procedures related to football games in the fall. The Office of Security has physically surveyed all football stadiums and has procured fencing and other hardware upgrades to provide a safer and more enjoyable experience for athletes and spectators. The Security Office continues to increase the number of handheld radios to schools. This equipment is being procured and disseminated to improve equipment equity and staff communication during normal and emergency operations. And finally, the 7 security vestibule projects submitted by Anne Arundel County Public School System were approved by the IAC team for 2021, and those are moving forward in those 7 schools. And with that, Madam President, I'm done with my update.
Thank you. Apologies, didn't have my mic on. I'm going to quickly go around on this one, assuming members have questions. Ms. Omosorry?
I was actually going to wait. Can you come back around
Sure
to me?
can. Dr. Tobin?
Thank you so much for all of that excellent information, Dr. Arlotto, and to all the incredible number of staff that I know stand behind that report. And let me make a very quick comment about Studio 39 and this extraordinary mural. I had the great honor of observing the students while they were working on it. And Mr. Kaufman took me on a tour of Studio 39. I had an opportunity to see every inch of it, what's going on, and frankly, to see what students were doing inside, because obviously, for lots of reasons, the students would go out and work outside for a while and then come inside, and talk with some of the students and the teachers who had extraordinary software set up with every one of the teachers was piloting actually over the summer something for her school in the fall, which is all sorts of houses she'd picked out in Annapolis and buildings, and then virtually students could design and create murals on those buildings. And it was just incredible to see. So if you haven't had a chance to go see the mural, I highly recommend it. It will brighten your day, I guarantee it. And a thanks again to Mr. Kaufman for showing me around, and bravo to the boiler that's been replaced in Studio 39 too. So a couple of questions. So you mentioned you have 132 vacancies as of now. Is there any particular pattern in terms of where we're seeing those vacancies, or at what level? And what is the plan moving forward, given that we have those vacancies?
So thank you, Dr. Coleman, for the question. It is, let me say several things about that. It is a fairly typical number, little bit higher than in the past, but not drastically higher, going 3 weeks into the start of the school year. Two, we are in the same place, the same boat as our colleagues around the state and around the country. There are a few teachers to hire.
Right.
The good news is it is not concentrated in any one cluster, building, or area of the county. It's fairly spread out across elementary, middle, and high schools. And the plan is that we will bring in substitutes, retire rehires as needed. We have, Dr. McMahon has put together a plan with Mrs. Batten, and a curriculum instruction team here is poised, based on their certification, to go out and manage classes, to be teachers in classes at various levels or disciplines until we're able to make all the hires. Of course, we're never fully hired.
Right.
No major organization is.
No.
There's always people coming and going.
Right.
I'd love for that number to be zero, but it's not.
And with regard to retire rehires, you cannot have Mr. Silkworth back. So I'm just saying.
We'll talk about that.
Another question. Obviously, you know, there's been much discussion about plans for, given that we're still dealing with the pandemic and so on, lunchtime plans. And I'm just curious as to how much, if any, autonomy individual principals, school buildings have with regard to how they structure that. Obviously, some families are very concerned about kids eating lunch at school. Each of our buildings are so different. The principals know their communities, they know the buildings, and I'm just wondering if this is a one size fits all, or is there some autonomy for particular planning for those kinds of things for principals?
Yeah. So again, another great question. It's so one, we always want to try and give our principals autonomy of their buildings, so that they're making decisions. They're the ones that are there. They know their students and community and staff best.
Right.
And so in almost any circumstance, we want them to have and exercise some of that autonomy. We want to be able to support them in that. In some respects, it is a one size fits all, because that principal or staff are not cooking the meals and preparing the meals. It's under the direction of Food Nutrition Services, and they have to operate within their kitchens and within the food service industry guidelines for preparation and delivery of the food, and then disposal of the food.
Right.
So there are some limitations to how that can be done. If the principal wants to alternate classes and have some first grades go into the cafeteria and some first grades eat within their classroom, just be able to spread students out a little bit more, they certainly can work on something like that. And they would do that with their regional assistant superintendent and their director.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have for now. Thank you so much.
Ms. Schalheim?
I first want to say thank you to Dr. Arlato. Thank you to all the staff and all the just everyone involved in getting us ready to go this fall. I know it's a Herculean effort, and I don't think there's been much of a break nor rest over the summer. Yeah, I'm just really grateful for the report and for everyone who had a part of that. A lot of my questions, ironically, were yours too. So here's to not having more questions to ask at this moment. I'm just grateful for the information. Thank you.
Mr. Suckworth?
Thank you, President Ellis. And you mentioned, Dr. Alata, that there were several state championships won this past spring, and that is true. Chesapeake softball, I believe it was. However, North County happened to be a runner-up in the state softball championship, and I had the pleasure to be able to go to that game, and it was quite nice. One thing I did like about this presentation was that you mentioned building relationships so many times, and you all know me that's for me that's a key. So I would really like to thank you and Dr. Alata and your staff, and I would like to publicly make the comment that in recent days we've gotten some emails and some testimony in which some of our constituents have talked about, what are you doing? You aren't ready. I think if you just listen to everything that Dr. Alata has outlined, Anne Arundel County Public Schools is ready. And I thank you again, Dr. Alata, you and your staff for that. And we are excited about the new school year.
Ms. Frank?
I have two lines of questions that I wanted to just check into. Last year, one of the concerns was the free and reduced lunches, because we were giving them home, or sending them home in bags. There was a lot of waste that came about that. And just to be clear, because we're now having lunches in the cafeterias, that's not going to be the situation moving forward, correct?
We will not be handing out. So what you're referring to is families were pulling up or walking up and getting a bag,
Full bag
and it had
of
3
food.
meals in it.
Yes.
It had lunch for that day, it had dinner for that evening, it had breakfast for the next day. So we're going back to the more traditional service of lunch in the cafeteria, which means students that have students that want to eat lunch, we expect many more because there is no charge for any of our students, will go into the cafeteria line and get their food, their tray of food, and sit and eat their lunch. So there won't be, my point being is I wanted to connect the two because it's a great question, that there won't be any carrying of food out of the building.
Okay. My second question was the substitute teachers. You said we have 1,700 active subs. How does that compare to a previous year? Is that about the same?
Actually, I think the number is a little higher.
Good. Okay.
It's slightly higher. You want to, it's 200 more than we've
Good.
had in the past. So that's
Fantastic.
yeah, it's a great number.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Jackson.
No, I mean, this was extremely comprehensive. And I think you probably answered most of the questions that I have. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Corkadell?
Thank you. There we go. I've had, as some of us are parents in the system, I know that the report back, at least from the Hawk's Nest, is that the alternative approach to the back to school, where they were out in the lot and the boosters got a chance to do their thing, and the amount of turnout was universally decided to have been far exceeding the expectations and was a spectacular turnout. And I actually, when you think about high school, just about every freshman parent shows up to back to school night with their little maps and everything. And of course, we've had to adjust and adapt to that. But it was really cool to hear that our students also likewise, because this was about them engaging and signing up for clubs and figuring out what's going on. And I think that sounds like a keeper. Like we may have to keep some of those alternatives. Like this is one of those opportunities turned into. I am real excited to see our co-curricular and extracurricular up and running very successfully this year, watching kids march in parades and running around the schools and out in the fields is definitely exciting. And I hope we have a very safe and wonderful fall school year. Dr. Arlotto, just real quick, has the state weighed in on if they anticipate involving themselves this year in our sports businesses any more than they normally would, like they did last year? Like, is there any indication that we're going to have any state uniqueness rolling into the season?
So, very nicely put, uniqueness. No, I'm not anticipating any uniqueness from the MPSSAA or MSDE regarding athletics. As I stated in my report, fall athletics have started on time, and they are, as you well know, they are engaged at the high school level. So I'm not anticipating any changes from MPSSAA.
Okay, great. And then lastly, just as kind of like a little reminder, because we've gone around now the dais a little bit, and I always like to make sure that our folks know for services or questions that they have, they should be starting just like we always do every year. They start at the school level, right? And you know, the resources are still available to them. There's been no changes or modifications outside of those lines that you had were set up, correct?
That's right. If there are questions or concerns, it starts best at the schoolhouse level where everybody's feet are on the ground. People could start with the superintendent, right? For example, and I would only have to be able to point them back down to the school because my feet are on the ground there. So yes, the best place to start in getting questions answered, problem solved, is at the schoolhouse level.
Okay. And our counselors are ready to address. We know we're going to have some issues there. Are there any initiatives planned? I know when we had our last public sort of, here's our resources, and, you know, we had Ms. Corbin's team and et al. And Mr. Thomas, I should say, and Lieutenant Thomas's, it's their team actually, come, and we had that special night, and there was an indication that we were going to have more of those opportunities for our parents and our students to not just get a feel for resources, but maybe focus on some generalized strategies and approaches, because you think you know what's available to you till you're in the throe of a situation, and it kind of all leaves your brain, even if you're aware of it. So is there anything you guys have planned for that this year?
Yes, ma'am. If Mr. Vogelin were here, I think he would welcome the opportunity to share all that's happening. We have built into both the ESSER 2 and the ESSER 3 funding, as well as several other grants that were made available to us outside of those federal grants with regard to social emotional supports and mental health for our students, that we've taken full advantage of those. And so, yes, we'll have some new and unique programming that will involve both students and families throughout the school year.
Great. And our employees, I don't want to forget about them, because they have experienced as well, as we all have.
Clearly, and that's one of the conversations we've been having with our principals. And you heard me state that the principals have their countywide meeting on this upcoming Monday. And so we are, I'll use the term again, Mr. Silkworth, building relationships, not just students to students and students to teachers, but teachers to teachers and their staffs, and that they're comfortable and feel supported coming back into the classrooms for full in-person learning.
Great. And they're going to be coming up. Well, I'm excited about the school year. And it's not just because I've got a senior this year, but and this will be my last one. But I've already started on the checklist. You got photography and all that. I mean, there's a whole thing. I know Dr. Tobin just went through it, and Miss Ella, President Ellis. So yep, I'm in the throes of that, and but I am excited overall. I think that we have well positioned ourselves to support our students' academic and social and emotional well-being. So I'm excited.
And I'm still trying to face the reality that I have a senior again this year too. Unbelievable. Thank you very much for a very thorough report, Dr. Arlotto. I do have a few questions. And you might not know all the answers right now. It's not immediate. But do you know of any trend? Are there more IEPs now? Like, were there more students throughout, because over the course of the year of mostly virtual learning, of an increase in IEPs because of COVID or school operations? No.
I'm not aware of.
Okay.
I'm not aware of the number of current IEPs going into the school year. And what you're asking is, how does that compare to the past?
Yeah.
And so I will find that out.
Okay. I guess my question would be, if it hasn't increased, I mean, we do know, based on tracking the data from last year, the grades, that there were some, poorer performance overall. So I have a lot of people asking, what are we doing to recover? And so again, I know you gave a very thorough report, but I'm not sure parents listening fully understand, how are we starting this year recovering from what has taken place?
Absolutely. So thank you. Great question. So that recovery started in the spring and through the summer. That's where it started. We were able to use ESSER 2 funds. We purposely put funds aside to do evening high school, to do twilight middle school for students that had failed or were failing courses or multiple courses at the middle school level, so they could progress on into high school, as an example. Plus, we had tutoring. We had the evening tutoring Sunday through Thursday in various content areas. It was very well accessed by our students, very well appreciated by our students and parents. So I want to be really clear that that recovery is not starting now. That recovery started in the spring. And we purposely did that to get our students in the best possible position to start the new school year. You're absolutely right. It's not what has occurred over the past 17 months has not been ideal. And so we've got students behind where they should be. And so then we'll take that forward, and it's supports. We are trying to create supports for students during the school day. So we change the schedule, right? There's time built into the day to go back and see your teacher, to ask some questions, to have some time for yourself. We built in the social emotional support so the students are feeling better about themselves and not feeling, and being able to contend with that feeling of I'm behind, right? And so that social emotional support is equally important as that academic support. We have budgeted for and are planning on continuing the evening tutoring. We are building in tutoring, both individual and small group tutoring for students at all grade levels and content areas throughout the school year, both in person and virtual as needed. There will be, we typically have twilight school in the second semester, and we're going to be expanding that to both semesters. So students that were behind going at the end of last year can access twilight school in the first semester as well as the second semester. We'll continue with our evening high school and paying for all these programs. And so we've budgeted tens of millions of dollars from the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 grants. We haven't received the ESSER 3 grant because it went in yesterday, but we anticipate getting, if not all of it, much of those $100 million worth of funds. And a significant portion of those funds are going into tutoring and recovery. And that will be for, again, we start in the spring, this school year, next summer, next school year, the next summer. We have until September 2024 to spend the ESSER, September 2023 to spend the ESSER 3 money, September 2024 to spend the ESSER 3 money. Did I say that correctly? I'm sorry, 2. I caught myself. Thank you. 2 money by 2023, ESSER 3 money by 2024. And so we'll be able to, this recovery, we built time in with this grant to continue that recovery and those supports for students.
Recovery doesn't just refer to students who failed classes, because we heard from a lot of parents who, my student was a straight A student until this hit, and now C's and D's, and they want to get back on track.
Absolutely. And so so thank you for that. You set me up perfectly.
You're welcome.
So what we want to do is we want to change the mindset on tutoring.
Yeah.
You say you got to go to tutoring, and there's this negative connotation, this stigma around, oh, I'm not doing so well, so now I've got to go to tutoring. Well, tutoring, and to the credit of Mr. Truffer and a conversation we were having as an executive team, is that yesterday? Sorry. Yesterday, is that tutoring is like coaching, right? You want to learn, you want your coach to tell you where you're going wrong and to help you. You also want your coach to say, attaboy, attagirl, you're getting it right. And so you need that reinforcement. So we want to change, and this is one of our focus, and why we've got so many different branches of tutoring that we've created with these funds over the next several years, is to change the mindset. I might think I'm doing well, or I am doing well, but why don't I just log in and check in with a math teacher, or go in during a flex period at my high school and check in with my calculus teacher and just go over problems just to make sure that I have it and that I'm on the right track. Tutoring doesn't have to be negative. It shouldn't be negative. It should be something that students build into their day, build into their mindset, because it's something they can take off into college and beyond. So thank you for that. All these tutoring pieces don't have to have a negative connotation of I am behind. It's that I want to get back to where I was, right? And I want to feel comfortable with, and my knowledge in whatever that content, reading, math, whatever it might be at various levels. So that's going to be a focus for us. We'll be discussing it with the principals on Monday, and our executive team was talking about it yesterday, about how we can change. And this is really under the brilliant Dr. McMahon's leadership, about how we can change the mindset around tutoring. Because what I don't want to have happen is have all this great money that we're getting from the federal government and put all these great programs together and convince teachers to come in and earn those extra dollars, because it doesn't work without our teachers and our staff. You can't have tutoring and after school programming without teachers that are going to do it and staff that are going to be with the students. And to convince them to do it and then not have the students show up. We want the students there.
I love that. Thank you.
So
I couldn't agree
that's
more.
where we're headed.
I love that. Thank you very much. That enrollment number, is that, were you expecting it to be lower than last year? And am I correct that it is? And what?
So that's not a final count. That's sort of where we are now. We will, I'll have a much better number. I'll have a much more focused number as we get closer to the opening of the school year. Registrars and others are getting back in the buildings and making sure that all the information beyond the rollover, that all the registrations and everything is added into the system. So that number typically could be a little bit low right now, but we'll have a more accurate number as we get closer to the school year.
Great. I love that you are adding TAs. They play a very, very important part of the classroom. I know several years ago, the number of TAs was greatly reduced for some, I think it was during the economic downturn, and we haven't gotten that number back up. So I'm thrilled about that. And then finally, we hear concerns about screen time, particularly with our youngest students. Is this one-to-one Chromebooks for students. Our youngest students will have one in the classroom for them. Does this mean that they're going to have more screen time than they used to, and or is delivery of instruction going to be more traditional?
Delivery instruction is definitely going to be more traditional, right? We're going back to students in the classroom with their teacher and in-person instruction. However, we have moved into a whole new technology century. We have the access to the Chromebooks. We've purchased and are onboarding our new LMS. We have learned a lot about the software and applications that are available in classrooms at lots of different levels, including science and biology and the dissections you can do now online. And so we are getting back to more traditional instruction. However, we will be using more of the instructional technology on a much stronger fashion than we have in the past. So yes, students will be going to their Chromebooks and accessing them for this or that, but it's not the students opening the Chromebooks and sitting in front of the screen for 6.5 hours a day. It is a tool, just like their pen, their pencil, or their dictionary. It is a tool to use during the instructional day.
Thank you. Ms. Omasori.
I'm going to copy off of Mr. Silkworth here because while Broadneck did win the girls' lax championships, Arundel lost by only 1 point. It was 12-11. So we were right there. And I just got to give credit where credit's due to my Wildcats because I know a lot of girls on that team. And you know, congrats, Broadneck. But, like, we were supposed to win that. Anyway.
Shots fired.
Yeah, it was a close game. There were some shoddy calls. I don't know. In any regard, so I mean, as much as the parents of seniors are excited to, I don't know, get their kids out of the house, as a senior, I'm very, very obviously I'm excited to finally get back into school. I've been waiting for almost 2 years now to finally be able to have that high school experience. I am wondering, for those of those high schoolers who aren't board members, what they will have their experience on the first day. So, for example, the schedules. We've already talked about how it'll include more flex time. The specifics, including like what the bell schedule will look like, is that information already out? When will that information be published, or will that not be until the first week of school?
Right. So as you know, those schedules went out to the board, you and your colleagues, right? But as you said appropriately so, those students that are not board members. And so that's information that we'll be pushing out this week. So those schedules are done. You've seen them. And so we wanted to get through today's reopening report, and that we'll be pushing them out this week. We've set up, as you well know, a reopening 2021 website. There's also an ESSER website if anybody wants to go in and look at the monies that we've been awarded and how it's being spent. But and that's being updated continuously. But we're going to be pushing out those schedules. We have to create, if other board members will remember, when we closed in March of 20, we had to create a continuity of learning plan that was sent to MSDE to be approved, which we did. Then we were preparing to open this past school year, 2021, we had to create a reopening report, a reopening plan, which had to go to MSDE and be approved. Likewise, we have to have a fall reopening of 2021 plan for MSDE, which is being finalized, pushed out to the state with the new schedules probably today. It's going up to the state. Okay, it's gone today. Okay, going out today to the state for their final approval, and we're going to post those schedules on that reopening website.
Okay, all right. So I'll wait until then because I know a lot of the parents will see it, but I know students will just wait until I post about it and they're like, okay, there's a schedule. So I'll wait until that official thing goes forth.
Okay.
So in terms of community wellness, I know I'll just speak in terms of Arundel. There were times where students would help make the wellness lessons, but as you said in your report, you guys already have about 40 that are set out for all the high schools. Is there that space for agency within a certain school to make their own lessons?
Yes, so we've got lessons that we will, there are some lessons that will be required for schools to deliver to students. There'll be, then there are those that are for choice based on the need. And we'll always give agency, what a wonderful word. We'll always give agency and autonomy to the schools to create lessons that are needed within what they believe that are needed within their school buildings, within their communities.
Okay, that's perfect because I already spent like the summer making a bunch for Arundel, so I didn't want that to go to waste. Um, so on the subject of lunch, and I guess this is more of a concern when it comes to contact tracing. I know that students, we're expecting a lot of them to go to the cafeteria. But for those, because a lot of students, at least before pandemic times, didn't go to the cafeteria. They either went to a teacher's classroom, or maybe they didn't eat lunch at all, or they were all around the building during that block of time that's delegated for lunch. So when it comes to contact tracing, for students who don't go to the cafeteria, like me, I did not go to the cafeteria for most of high school. Um, how do we trace where they are during that huge chunk of time? Or is there going to be a requirement that you have to be either in your third period classroom or in the cafeteria when you want to eat lunch?
So of course you're referring really to the high schools where you have your Bruin block or Wildcat hour or a Panther hour, whatever it might be. And so contact tracing in a full high school is very different than contact tracing with a school that's not full, right? So this year is going to be a challenge for us. And that's part of what my report today was, that we anticipate a challenge in contact tracing. So my understanding is that most schools have a place you're during that time, you're not supposed to just be wandering the building aimlessly. You're typically required to sign up and say, I'm going to be somewhere at a certain time. So that will help us in the contact tracing. We'll also work with principals, and they'll work with their staffs. So they'll have an idea about who's in there. So if it's you go into a teacher's room to have lunch and that's where you are for half an hour, the teacher should make note of that in case we ever have to go back to contact tracing.
So it'll be more of you can go wherever you want as long as you stay in one place type of thing.
Okay, so that's the rule at Arundel, right?
Oh no, I'm asking you because at Arundel, to be very frank with you, there are tons of kids who just walk the halls
So
during that.
I'll have to talk to the principal at Arundel.
Oh
about that.
gosh, no. Okay, well,
I'll call her on my way home.
or I don't know. I mean, I haven't been in school in like 18
Oh.
months. I don't know if I remember it right. But
No, I think you probably got it.
yeah, there are students who they'll all pop into so and so's class, and then after that, I'll go to lunch, and then I'll leave, and then I'll go to somebody else's class. That's kind of what I'm thinking, because it's that mix of flex time and lunch.
You're asking a great question. It is going to make contact tracing that much more difficult. So here's what I would say to that, to help us with that and to help you and your colleagues. As you're moving about the building, going into a room to eat lunch, or going into a room to get some academic help, or just meet with students and chill during your lunch break during that hour, keep 6 feet apart or close to it, and keep your mask on. Because if we can go back to contact tracing and say they were within they weren't any closer than 3 feet and their masks were on, then you're not going to have to quarantine. You won't be considered a close contact, and you won't have to quarantine. The positive case will always have to isolate.
Yeah.
But so that would be my suggestion to you and your colleagues, is when you're chilling in the room, don't be shoulder to shoulder or elbow to elbow, keep some distance and keep your masks on. And when we get to contact tracing, when you can say, oh yeah, we weren't close to each other, then we know that we won't have to quarantine you.
Okay, so the last two are answers that I think I know the answer to, but maybe the public doesn't. So I've seen, as well as you, a lot of emails regarding grievances or just overall concerns with ventilation in the schools. I guess I'm showing my privilege because I didn't realize there were a number of high schools that didn't have AC, whether it's in the gym or in classrooms or things of that sort. So for those who are concerned about that, what is the remedy or what we're going to do? Because it is a valid concern, not having proper ventilation, especially in a time where we already have to wear masks. what are there anything in place? Is there anything in place to solve that, or is it kind of just touch and go? We deal with it in this time.
Great. So let me make sure that I'm abundantly clear in that we have proper ventilation in all of our schools. We have proper ventilation in all of our schools. Some buildings are older. They have older systems, or the configuration of the building and the age of the building is not as, the design and the function is not as high as, or high efficiency as some other newer buildings. But we have, because those things have to be inspected. So our systems have to be inspected, and we have to make sure that we have the proper airflow. So our HVAC systems are monitored and controlled by computer by a team at our Fort Smallwood site, and they are able to determine temperatures in buildings and airflow, and they're able to open dampers to allow more air in, or close dampers to have less outside air. So as you heard in my report, and you've heard Mr. Sheknovich say on a number of occasions in front of you, we are integrating, and the recommendation from the health department, health experts, is to integrate as much outside air as possible. And so we've opened up those dampers, and we'll be moving as much outside air through. All the systems have been inspected and are ready for use and ready to go for this school year. We're also, all the filters have been changed out, and where we can add a higher grade filter to that system, we are. Not every system can take on a higher grade filter, but those systems that can take on a higher grade filter, we have done that. We are also have built in a little over $20 million into the ESSER 3 funds for HVAC updates in our schools, maintenance and updates. So we'll be asking the federal government for a little over $20 million that we want to dedicate just to air quality and HVAC systems.
Okay, I guess I don't have any more questions. Thank you for all the work that you and your team have been doing, because I'm really, really excited. And I think that given the circumstances, this will be probably the best senior year one could hope for in the time period and era that we're in.
It's going to be the best senior year ever. So we're excited.
Ms. Shawheim, you have something else?
Oh, no, I think that was.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Arlato.
Yes, ma'am.
Next is item 5.03, board discussion of school reopening protocols. As a recap, we recently had a sort of emergency workshop on school operation protocols to be expected in the fall. Members were aware that at that time it was simply an opportunity for the board and the community to hear information from Dr. Arlato as things were evolving. It was not a business meeting. There was no action to take place at that meeting. And so we now have this on the agenda so that board members have an opportunity to visit this topic in our business meeting. There's, I mean, that's just basically a summary of what this is. There's no presentation or anything like that. And I see a light. Ms. Shawheim.
Thank you. I just have something I'd like to say, and then at the end of the other bits of discussion, I do have a motion, as I've indicated previous to this meeting. So I'm just going to read something real quick. I believe the interpretation that we, the board, are not subject to masking requirements put out by Dr. Arlato following guidance from public health experts to be followed by all students, employees, visitors, and contractors is incorrect. Board members receive a salary from AACPS processed through AACPS payroll. Board members can utilize the Employee Assistance Program. Board members are eligible to contribute to the same pension program as other employees, and most notably, the Board of Education's budget is included in the annual AACPS operating budget. The spirit and intent of Dr. Kalyana recommendations did not include a carve-out for board members. We have a duty to lead by example. Instead, by believing we don't have to follow the same rules as others, puts our teachers and school administrators in a horrible position when school starts, enforcing the rules all of us should be following, and undermines Dr. Arlotto's rules regarding masking, which falls under his purview as part of daily school operations. I believe selective listening is occurring. Many of us seem to agree on the science behind start times, recess, cell towers, etc., put up by medical organizations, and have quoted these organizations on the dais, but not their recommendations about masking. Is that hypocrisy, or at the very least cherry-picking science? Even if you might question the effectiveness of masking, despite what health experts from the CDC and the WHO on down have stated, you do it because you're putting the physical health and safety of our students, teachers, and staff first. You do it because the experts in the CDC, WHO, etc., are more knowledgeable than we are. You do it because all credible sources recommend layered strategies. You do it to be kind and courteous to your fellow human. You do it because you aren't vaccinated. You do it because tens of thousands of our 11-year-olds and younger do not yet qualify for the vaccine and therefore have no other protection or choice. You do it because even if you are fully vaccinated, as I am, you have no idea if you're asymptomatic or pre-symptomatic. You do it because breakthrough cases are not all that rare anymore. You do it because kids test positive more often and are getting very sick. NPR reported that 94,000 kids tested positive in this country the week of August 2nd, 15% of total cases, and 10 children have already died in Maryland from COVID. You do it because you don't want to inadvertently get someone sick or have them bring it home and affect someone else. You do it because you care about your colleagues and their concerns for safety in a crowded boardroom, although not at the moment. You do it because you care about the lives in this room. You do it because you are completely and totally over this entire pandemic, and you want to do your part to stop the spread and save lives so we can fully return to normal. Asking for compassion is not bullying or being a bully, so please don't conflate my simple request with that word. You're wrong to do so. To everyone, get vaccinated. Wear a mask. Our case rate is back up to where it was in the spring, only this time the trend line is at about a 45-degree angle in the wrong direction. And the Delta variant is more infectious, and more children are impacted. Does a child really have to get sick or die in Anne Arundel County for us to understand the dangers and severity of the virus and its variants? Instead of celebrating the yeoman's work Dr. Arlotto and his staff have done to prepare us for this school year, we are caught up in this sideshow. We all beat our chests last year about opening schools, and here we are. We are opening for 5 days a week of in-person instruction. In-person instruction. We should be celebrating this. We should be giving staff another standing ovation. We should be supporting all COVID-19 mitigation strategies at our disposal, including masking to keep our schools open. But instead, we talk a lot about masks, and I believe Candace would have wanted us to come together to focus on the students and their in-person instruction instead of giving oxygen to these distractions. I am in full support of 5 days of in-person instruction following the mitigation strategies Dr. Arlotto has already released, period. And at the appropriate moment, I have a motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silkworth. I see no more lights, so I don't know if others want to discuss the protocols in our, the health protocols in our schools, or are we comfortable with where things are? If you have a motion, you may. No, there was not a motion there. There's no motion on the table right now. Is that your question? Yeah. There is no motion.
All right.
I see no more lights. Everyone. Okay. Ms. Schallheim, you have.
Yes. I move that board members be masked during both open and closed meetings until Dr. Arlato, after consulting with public health officials, adopts recommendations that masks are no longer required for all others who enter this building.
Second. Okay, we have a motion on the table and a second. Ms. Corkadell.
I was debating on whether or not to comment, but I'm going to. Our dais is kind of like this is our cubicle, this is our office. And just like when I go into, just like just about every employee, we have a mask requirement in our building. But when we go to a cafeteria to eat, when we are sitting in an office environment that has safety in place, we take mask breaks. We come to this building. In fact, every building I have been in our school district, I have my mask on. I didn't need someone handing it to me earlier. It's been sitting with me. And every time I've gotten up out of the dais, excepting when we had to clear and I did not have time to grab my mask because you are to immediately, leave when that's called. I have had my mask with me because I do respect that. I am vaccinated and I'm not afraid to tell people that. And I have a son who has asthma and therefore is in one of the compromising categories. He is also vaccinated and received it as soon as he could, was eligible. But when I am in my business meeting and I'm conducting my business, when at all possible, I want to be able to focus on that, to see what my fellow colleagues are expressing, and to have my space to conduct my work. And just like we provide to all others in offices. I'm not in or close to others. And when I leave this dais and our meetings are no longer called, my mask is on. My mask is on oftentimes at work. But our governor has not reinstated a state of emergency. No government body has required us. And so Dr. Arlato very thoughtfully has instituted, based on what he said has evidenced, for the operations of our schools. And I respect that. And so, as I said, when I walk off and I'm no longer in my business meeting, I am honoring at all times his request. But this is my office space. And I do believe that us as a board should have that choice. Traditionally, we have not discussed things that are not related to policy as it relates to board members in the public forum, because typically we have a whole committee that vets through and we have administrative opportunities. I am a little surprised because this board has made a decision on this. And it was conducted in accordance with our standards to discuss what I consider an administrative operational matter for this board. I am disappointed that I am being asked to discuss my conduct of board business, which is typically an internal discussion, out in public, not because I don't want to shroud, in fact, to the contrary. But quite frankly, our discussions on reopening do not have anything to do with me masking or not masking. So I fail to see the connection between the board's business and that. I am very open to the spirit and intent of leading by example. But as I said, that example is demonstrated in multiple ways. And I want people to see the expressions on my face and my colleagues. And I, sitting here now going on hour 8, do need an occasional break. And I do not want to feel that because I am reaching for my bottle of water, because I am choosing to go and eat in the back room or here, that I am in violation of something. But the fact that we were not advised that we would be discussing our protocols in our handbook, under the guise of what I would consider something totally different in agenda, I do find offensive, because you're placing all of us in a position to express publicly that which we do not typically do, unless it would be sitting on the agenda as an item that the board, but we're not addressing any board policies, and we do not discuss board handbooks. And I do comply with the superintendent and do not feel I am not complying. I know that is unsettling for some, but I would hypothesize it's no more unsettling than all the other places where masks are optional. When our governor steps up or our state health officer and says, we are now requiring it, I will gladly oblige. If this board chooses to vote, which we already have on multiple occasions on this, there's also the redress thing, but I don't feel like getting out the Roberts Rules book right now, unless feeling compelled to. I really do think that this was not the appropriate way of addressing this, and is diminishing from our ability to address the reopening protocols. There is nothing reopening and protocol about this motion. So I'm not going to participate in it, quite frankly, because I don't think it's appropriate. If the board member would like to add an item to the agenda, we have a process for that, and it requires a vote, and I'm happy to participate in that. But I'm not going to do the aha moment, because I received a couple emails about how I have managed my masking, my consistent masking protocols, which from what I'm reading, I'm following in accordance with the recommendations. Thank you.
Ms. Omasori.
Okay, so I'm just taking everything in. So we've had a really, I don't think it's inappropriate to use the word rough day at the board. I think we can unanimously agree on that. And I'm going to use really simple terms. I'm sad that this board has fallen to the same, quite frankly, idiotic argument that the country has fallen into over the last couple of months. I hate wearing a mask. I hate wearing a mask, and I'll say it time and time again. I've worn a mask through 8-hour shifts. I've worn a mask through this entire board meeting, and I will probably continue to do so. I believe you do not need to have a mandate by Governor Hogan, but that's just me, and I will not make anyone think the same way as me. Just the same as how it's not illegal to leave a cart out on the street when you go to the grocery store. It's just being considerate to put it back. I think in the same manner, when we're living through a pandemic, it's considerate to wear a mask, especially when people on the board have made it very, very clear that they are uncomfortable at their place of work when you do not wear one. I love seeing the expressions on your faces. I love seeing my classmates' faces when I go to school. What I love more than that is them being alive. I love more to see them be healthy, and I love more for them to be able to have a normal school year. And I think that part of the ruckus we saw today, not that I'm blaming board members, but it just cause and effect, was people, quote unquote, saying, if they don't, why do I have to? And I think the same thing. Anyone would be upset at hypocrisy, and that's what we have going on right now. You cannot tell someone, do as I say, not as I do. I know we say that term all the time. I've never, quite frankly, gotten it. Do as you say, and others will follow. Nobody on this board will be surprised to hear that I'm 100% in agreement with Ms. Schallheim. I didn't think this would be, well, I knew this would be a point of tension on the board because I was also present for those closed session meetings in which we essentially discussed the exact same thing. I will say that we have gone through wearing masks at meetings through the last couple of months. We did this in the previous mob's term when you all were here on this dais without me here. I don't see why a governor's mandate or lack thereof changes this so vehemently. I don't want to keep us here longer than we have to because it is 6:16 and we have been here for over 8 hours, all of which many of us have been able to wear a mask the entire time and are still here to tell the tale. What I will say is, even if you don't believe the clear science, even if you don't feel comfortable, which I don't think that any of us do, and even if there is really nothing on this earth that will change your opinion about the efficacy of masks, I guess all that's really left to appeal to is being considerate of those around you. Because let's say from what I consider the very, very, very least, if you don't believe that these masks even work, then what's the difference between wearing it and not wearing it? Wearing it helps you help a colleague, possibly a friend. And the other side, not wearing it, means that you're apathetic towards others' concerns. All I know is I don't see why we have to wait for this county to get to a state so poor that it will no longer be a choice at the federal level, at the state level, for you to wear a mask. I would say, you know where I stand on this. I 100% support our superintendent on his mandate, and I would suggest that we, as the very few who aren't under his purview, to follow suit. Thank you.
Mr. Silkworth.
Thank you, President Ellis. And I think that was very well said, Ms. Omasori. I was an educator and still am an educator for so long. And as educators, we must model, I think, what we expect others to do. I think we must show compassion and grace and understanding. I think we must care about those around us. I've done my due diligence by being a good listener. I've listened to everyone. I don't like wearing masks. I don't want to wear a mask. However, I do believe that it is a mitigating factor that can and will save lives. I saw a report yesterday of a medical doctor on whatever channel that indicated that this Delta variant can be spread inside people that are not masked, that are close to one another in 1 to 2 seconds. But that same medical doctor suggested that outside, that you were much safer. Again, I believe it is a mitigating factor. I believe it will save lives. And for me, safety is paramount. I am in full support of Dr. Arlotto's mandate about the mask, and I will support Ms. Shahum's motion.
Ms. Frank.
The reason that we were previously masked was because the governor made a mask mandate. That mandate is no longer in effect, and board members are not under that jurisdiction. We are moving forward. We are not moving backward. And Dr. K provides recommendations based on my own medical history, of which I will not share with this board. I have made my own choice, as there is no longer a statewide mandate. I believe that parents and students should have this freedom, and I will lead by example. Forcing others to your will is also inconsiderate. The same people who are saying we should be considerate of others are willing to try to force their will upon others if we do not. I would not take this personal choice from other members, and I find that a motion to police other members in this instance to be highly improper. Thank you.
So this agenda item was board discussion of school reopening protocols. And we are now have a motion on the table that we're discussing that is the board's protocols on the dais. We're off topic. I do not believe it's my place to mandate my fellow members. I see danger in that. We should not be imposing ourselves, our own wishes on our fellow board members, and we certainly should not be policing our fellow board members. There's a conflict of interest there. I'm someone who believes in personal accountability. I believe it is on every member to own and live with the consequences of their own decisions. I'm not here to judge people for their actions. I'm here in a business meeting trying to move this school system forward with my colleagues in the best interest of our students. That's what we're here to do. I hear wonderful logical reasons why people believe other people should wear masks, why they wear masks. That's great. I support your feelings on that. You can't legislate people to be considerate, to be compassionate. And I'm not saying anyone is or isn't compassionate. I'm just simply saying we're losing focus. Again, based on principle here, I feel like we would be going down a very slippery slope if we start imposing policy on each other. It's simply a conflict of interest. Every member here has made decisions on their conduct throughout the day, and they will live with those decisions, good or bad. That's what personal accountability is. Anyway, that's I can't support the motion for those reasons. Ms. Howe. I'm sorry, it does. Sure does.
Great. This is germane because what happened in this boardroom is going to happen in our schoolrooms in a few weeks, where people might point, students or parents might point to this meeting and say, well, they didn't do it. Why should I? I think that's dangerous. I think that's going to impact the beginning of the school year. And so it is germane to this agenda item, in my view. And what you do in your spare time when you're not at work, as I am at this moment and have been since before 10 this morning, is your business. But when it impacts or could potentially impact another human, their health and safety, it's no longer up to you and your vacuum. This is not a cubicle. There are not plexiglass. There isn't plexiglass around us, despite my request that there should be. And we share the air in this room. So there's that. I have a number of underlying health conditions. Everyone knows that by now. I think I've said that a number of times. and can't really afford to get sick, which is why I decided to wear an N95 today and safety glasses. The thing is now digging into my nose. I'm sure it will be bruised. I don't like wearing a mask either, but I do it for all the reasons I've already stated. So this is important. I believe this motion is important, not just for our own conduct in our shared workspace, which is not a cubicle. We are in close proximity to one another. Yeah, that's why I brought this. So here we are, and we should be on record on this. Thank you.
Ms. Howe.
Ms. Schulheim moved that the board members be masked during both open and closed meetings until Dr. Arlotto, after consulting with public health officials, adopts recommendations that masks are no longer required for all others who enter the Parham building. Ms. Amasori?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell?
No.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Motion fails 4-3.
Are we ready to close out the agenda item? Are there any further?
I have a few motions.
Okay. Ms. Frank.
I have several motions regarding masking as well. I move that at the start of the 2021 to 2022 school year, the decision whether to wear masks shall be left to each staff member and to the parents or guardians of each student or to any student who is legally emancipated.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Here we go. I see no lights. Is there no discussion? Ms. Omasori.
I feel like my head's all over the place today. You said the last part, legally emancipated. So anyone over like the age of 18, but for children, it's basically their parents' choice, who are like in elementary school and they're that age, decide. Okay.
Well, they would have to be over 16 and emancipated.
No. I meant for like little children who can't get vaccinated, it would be their parents' choice. That's what. Okay.
Is that all, Ms. Omasori? Okay. I didn't know if you were just getting clarification. No worries. I see no more lights. I will speak briefly. Look, this is a very important discussion that is ongoing, will be ongoing until we get to a point in time where masks are not a factor. That's just a reality right now. Again, a very important discussion. I've heard many people attempt to shut down the conversation. I'm very sad for our community and really the state of our nation. When we can't listen to each other and seek understanding, even when we disagree. I'm going to be very honest. I don't think I think we have put an awful lot on the shoulders of our children, the students that we are always here to look out for. Throughout this pandemic, we have put much of the burden of the community on the shoulders of our children. Parents who want the option for your students, I hear you. I understand you. I want it. I want it myself. I really do. I'm going to go back to the previous motion that was on the table and say again, we are here to conduct the business of the Board of Education to move our schools forward. And we're just trying to get our doors open and get these kids in 5 days a week. I think it's very important for the whole community to understand that we have parents who very, very much and rightfully want a choice for their students to wear or not wear a mask. We also have parents who want a choice for their students to continue virtual learning. I don't want to see us go backwards. I am laser focused on September 8th, getting our doors open, getting our kids in 5 days a week. I don't even want us to begin to look towards virtual learning. So for that reason, at the moment, I cannot support the motion that's on the table. I support our families who want the choice. I want the choice. But we have a lot of other powers working against us right now. And when we, again, I just want to support our superintendent and his staff right now in getting our doors open. But we will be revisiting this should this motion not pass today. It will be, I intend for it to be back on our agenda, probably the second meeting in September. I cannot foresee supporting a long-term requirement on our students of wearing masks all day. We cannot pretend like we know what the consequences of this are, because we don't, because they're not studying it. We don't know what possible physical, social, emotional impacts there are on our students, academic impacts on our students. This is such an unnatural thing. I don't want to digress or get off topic, but it's been realized in recent years, it's not been that long now, that babies have been saved in the hospital simply by having skin-on-skin contact. We cannot ignore our nature. And this is unnatural. And we're talking about developing young people. Let's not pretend like we have any idea what the long-term impacts are. I am not fearful that there's a long-term impact on a few weeks of wearing a mask, but I am very fearful of a school year of this. So we will revisit this. This will give us, for me, a few weeks to learn more about where we are with the spread of the Delta variant in the community. But I don't foresee sustaining this, supporting this practice long term. Now I see more lights. And I'm sorry, it's been blocked. I don't know who went first. I'm just going to go down the line of the lights. Dr. Tobin.
I would just add that we did have a conversation with Dr. Kalniraman, and all of this is predicated on getting the vaccine for our younger children. This is not about forever. Everybody knows that is coming. I have heard people talk about, well, I go to school and I don't mask against the flu. Well, we have a vaccination for the flu. These are facts. So no, nobody wants to see anybody masked forever. Lord knows it's not thrilling for me to sit here with a mask any more than it is for anyone. But the facts are the facts, and this is a matter of exactly what you just said, Ms. Ellis, which is a staff that has moved heaven and earth to get us where we all said we wanted to be, which was 5 days a week in person in school. And if the cost of that is a piece of cloth for a few weeks until we get a vaccine, that's the cost. I said earlier that Ms. Antwine understood that freedom doesn't come without sacrifice. This is the sacrifice we have to make right now. Because as Ms. Omasari said so eloquently, what we do know is this is a disease. And we know how to protect ourselves and our children from it for now. And therefore, we act on what we know. Because that's our job, is to keep children safe and in school. So this is not long-term. Thank you.
Ms. Omasori.
So, we all know that the seven of us, we don't agree necessarily on every single thing. I will say, President Ellis, I do agree with you on one thing. I would love for us to be more understanding about these conversations. And so, for the host of emails that we all get about the concern of how masks are affecting our children, our youngest children, emotionally, socially, I get that. I have 2 nieces who have never stepped foot in their school. And I wonder, how is this affecting them? That's a valid concern. What I think is going to be more detrimental to their emotional health, to their social health, is if their classmate dies. I think what will be more detrimental is if their teacher is sick and they become sick as a result. What I think will become most detrimental to all of the students, especially those who cannot get vaccinated, is if one, we end up going completely backwards, which will happen if people don't continue to get vaccinated and masked, and we end up back where we started in March of 2020. But I think the absolute worst thing is if you have kids who don't get to grow up because they died of a disease that was preventable. So, with that being said, I agree with your grievances, and I think anyone who agrees, who has taken a government class, when it comes to things that are needs, there cannot be any option. This is a need. That is why it's a mandate. It is a need for us to stop spreading this disease that keeps on manifesting itself in new ways because people were quick to take off their mask and because people were quick not to get vaccinated. And so I think all of us share a lot of the same fears, although we have different ways in which we want to combat it. But I think one thing is for sure, that a piece of cloth is nothing compared to getting sick. And God forbid, if any of us on this dais were to contract this disease, you would hope to God that your doctor was not mask optional. You would hope that the doctor intubating you was wearing an N95, and you would hope that every single person around you was vaccinated, was not carrying this disease, and was protecting themselves double masked. At least I would hope that's the case. I think that for this motion and for the other motions that will come up, we know how this will shake out. I will say right now, I'm not in favor of mask optional. Already just evident by my previous words. What I am, as well as everyone on this dais, am in favor of is for us to go back to school and for us to stay in school. I want the numbers of COVID cases, which are inevitable, to stay as low as possible. I want 0 deaths. And if we continue this attitude of, treating a community-wide problem as individualistic, we will end up back where we started, or worse. That's all I'll say on the topic, and I'll probably be saying some different variation for the following other motions to come. Thank you.
Ms. Corkadell?
So I'm trying to think. Okay. So wasn't gonna say too much. It's got flushed out in a non-germane motion that failed. But I will say that we have a moving target in this particular matter. And as recently as Friday afternoon, MSD has weighed in, still with the recommendation. And so that has been striking me. And as I said earlier, I do mask up when it is appropriate and have not violated any rules, laws, or mandates. Masking inside the schools is still a recommendation by everyone. And I think Dr. Alato has done an outstanding job, him and his staff, of making sure that we're best managing the protocols. The challenge that we have, of course, is that what is appropriate, health, and safe for some has a near equal proportion, because contrary to today's and yesterday's media and all of the hype, when I go on to the science, the people who affect our science, that is our CDC, that is our state MSDE, that is our local health officer, he reported, and I feel necessary to clarify, we have not had children die in this environment because of unsafe practices that I am aware of. And he, I do not believe, reported being aware of any such thing, nor on the hospital reporting cases. That is why I believe MSDE and the CDC and all those folks who work there have recommended and not mandated. And one thing I've learned after being in this life for 50 some years is that when the such a detailed all hands on deck item, that MSD did not hesitate to close down the schools until they got more information, and then they understood how they can best manage it. And so as of June, we are in recommendations. So, however, I do know that probably in the coming weeks, I know that Governor Hogan has made a decision this afternoon as it relates to nursing facilities and further strengthening the notion that our healthcare programs and systems, along with our aging disabilities and those extremely vulnerable who can either not take the vaccine or it is not going to be effective no matter what because of a medical condition. In those cases, they have taken the necessary steps. What was not included today was schools. But as I said, I think it's a moving target. And I'm just going to suggest that perhaps I'm looking at now September, the middle of September, NPR is reporting and others that boosters, and I believe that our state is involving itself in signing up. I saw a little something to that effect that, if you think that you're going to be there, that they're starting the portals to stage that out. And by mid-September, we're looking at boosters for those who did. And that the 11 and under is forthcoming. So I'm going to suggest to our motion maker that perhaps, since our next meeting occurs prior to the first day of school still, because September's Wednesday falls before Labor Day weekend, that we're meeting on, that perhaps we hold this so we could get the latest information and see a little bit more stabilization in the details. And perhaps a little bit more information will make our public a little more comfortable with that idea. I am prepared to support choice. I have not supported choice this entire time. There is not one vote that I have made that has hindered choice. And I have also kept in line with mandates the entire time, and that has not changed. I would like to keep that consistently going, but I would like to do that in a collaborative environment too. And as I said, I think that maybe holding it may be prudent, because it would also give our public a chance to weigh in a little bit more on it, and express their support of it, perhaps. Because, we had some unfortunate, actions earlier today that limited that interaction that folks can have when they're observing us. So I'm just going to suggest that we maybe consider holding it, though. And I would move to, I'm just trying to decide which motion. I would like to not table, but hold to a time specific, or continue. Am I tabling, or am I holding to a time specific? I can't remember without going through this mega one. Perhaps Mr. Burns could advise which would be the best, so that we could continue our debate and conversation and vote on these, of which motion. Because
I'm not understanding your objective, so it's hard for me to answer which would be best at what you just said.
I would like us to vote on this at the next meeting, to continue the motions. Correct.
One motion on the table.
That's the only motion you can make. You said four a couple times. You can only speak to this motion with your.
Oh, yeah, that was more.
Only speaking to this motion.
Well, that's all I could affect, because nothing else has been proffered to affect. My apologies.
So if you have a date certain in which you want to bring that item back, that's the preferred way to make that motion.
Okay, so that is on such and such date.
September 1st.
So I move that we hold the motion on the table until September the 1st. Did you say? September the 1st, during the appropriate agenda item placement, whether it be for our opening, our traditional reopening, or as a separate action item.
Second.
Ms. Frank.
I'm generally supportive of moving this. I have a few minor concerns. Firstly, procedurally, I have other motions that I wanted to address after this one. I would want to ensure that all of those motions would be at the next meeting as well.
Of course.
To create an agenda item for that. And then additionally, I guess the only thing that I want to make clear is that there are some families who are literally waiting on this decision to decide whether or not their children will be going into our schools in the fall.
Yeah.
So I do have concerns that we push it back another 2 weeks. Having said that, I think that the proceedings of the board would probably give those parents at least some more information tonight on where this board is headed, enough to probably make that decision. And for the record, unless this board overturns with 5 votes what has been stated by the superintendent, masks will stand. So I want to just make that clear. Thank you.
Okay. So am I understanding there's agreement to, do we need to vote to hold the motion?
Yeah, because it is it's a
Okay.
secondary takes precedent too. So yes, it would.
Okay.
And then the other ones we would have to address separately.
Okay. So I see no more lights. Does anyone else want to discuss holding this motion and subsequent motions to the September 1st meeting?
No, not the subsequent.
Yes.
Point of order, just for the record for the board, and I only have my mouse down because.
Oh, right. That's her decision. Right.
There's only one motion that's been made.
Yeah, you're right.
Secondary motion to hold it off to a future date. Whatever happens in the future and any other motions Ms. Frank alluded to
Yep.
that she might make, but she hasn't made yet, those are for another day. I just want the record to be clear. All you're doing is
Right.
agreeing, if you vote on this in the affirmative, to bring this motion back at a future date. That's it.
Right. I think I was speaking out loud logistically of, okay, this means they're all, but you're right. You are absolutely right. Okay. Ms. Howe.
Can I just ask one clarifying question? The second, was that Ms. Amasori? Thank you. All right. Are we ready to proceed then?
Yes.
This is a vote to hold the vote on this motion to the next meeting, September 1st, 2021, during the appropriate agenda item. Ms. Amasori?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Nay.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-1.
Does this conclude our discussion of the school reopening protocols?
She had two that we would have to dispose of by either tabling out or.
No, she hasn't introduced them.
But I do make my wishes known that we revisit this and put it on the
Correct.
agenda at the next meeting.
Right. Right.
Yeah, just to make sure.
Okay, so now I think that does conclude the agenda item. Thank you. Item 6.01, administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you, Madam President. I recommend that the personnel listed on the attached sheets be promoted and or appointed.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Howe?
Ms. Amasori?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Item 6.02, personnel. Dr. Arlotto.
I did not receive a 6.02. Is there documentation for 6.02?
Yes. Yes, there is. I looked at it last night. so-
Okay, I didn't get it. So
Sorry.
I would love to read something, but I did not get it.
We've got a couple
Keep
emails on.
come back?
updates.
All right, we will come back to that one. It is attached, but.
Yeah,
I
there it
think-
is. Yeah.
Right, but Dr. Arlotto does not have that. Yep. Item 6.03, Woodside Elementary School Public Stormwater Drainage Easement. Dr. Arlotto.
Yes, ma'am. I recommend approval of the Woodside Elementary School Deed of Public Utility Easement.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions or discussion on this item? Ms. Howe?
Ms. Amasori?
Aye.
Oh, we didn't have a motion.
Yeah, we did.
Yes, we did.
We did.
Oh, we're still on the same one. So I thought it was-
Nope.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Dr. Leto, I sent it to you electronically. Do you have access to that?
Perfect.
We'll go to the next item, Dr. Alato, so you have a moment to take a look.
Yeah, I haven't gotten it yet.
Yep, okay. Item 6.04, second reading of policy revision homeschooling code IFQ.
Welcome, Ms. Ortiz.
Good evening, Ms. Ortiz.
Good evening. What a first day back from vacation.
Yeah, welcome
What's going
home.
on? For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. You have policy IFQ, homeschooling, before you on second reading. Just a reminder that this policy was revised to simply align with state regulations. It does not change our homeschooling, or it will be home instruction once updated, process at all. We just needed to update our policy language to align with state regulations. And so we did receive some public comments, which I provided to you, and I was able to provide answers, which helped to kind of clarify. And just so you know, in the post on the website for public comment, I clearly stated it was aligning with state regulations, because those were some of the questions. Also, in all of our social media postings, we indicated that we are simply aligning with state regulations. So this is just more of a cleanup policy, but there is nothing changing to our actual homeschooling, soon to be home instruction program. Thank you.
Ms. Frank?
So I did see some concerns about the definition of material, and you had a suggestion there where we could potentially add the definition to align with COMAR.
Yeah, so wouldn't be in policy, that's in the regulation, and the regulation is also being revised to update with COMAR. So all of that is addressed there, and we went through all of that in the policy committee meeting, even though, as you know, the policies belong to the board and the regulations belong to superintendent, but we did go through everything just to make sure, because there were some questions, since there was quite a bit of changes to language and how things are being phrased. So all of that, and that's some of the explanation that I provided, is covered in the regulation, and it absolutely aligns with COMAR.
Okay, so it already aligns.
Yes.
Okay, great. And then the other kind of strange little side bit was that we moved the COMAR reference from the top of the policy to the bottom of the policy, but it is in fact still there, correct?
Yes, absolutely. And so that's just a stylistic thing. You know, sometimes, especially in state law, like statutory references will change. And so we've just been moving towards we added a legal reference line, because that's easy to update, right? Like I don't need to bring it to the board and have 3 readings and go through all of this process. I can just update the references. And so that's why we're doing it that way. But it is still referenced at the bottom of the policy, yes.
Okay, and then just to be exceedingly clear to all the people who wrote in and had questions, and I did kind of have some of the same questions myself, this changes nothing as far as the requirements for home instruction parents, and the policy does not change any of the actual implementation.
Absolutely correct. Yes. And there were some questions about some of the language, you know, like instruction program receiving regular, you know, student receiving regular thorough instruction during the school year, or instruction, you know, during the school year, and studies usually taught in public schools to children of the same age. That is verbatim what's in COMAR.
Great. Thank you so much. Ms.
You're
Ortiz.
welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. You really asked my questions. I appreciate it. I see no more lights.
Okay, and so then the policy will be before you at the next board meeting on third reading, which I believe is September 1st. So I will see you then.
Thank you, Ms.
All right,
Ortiz.
thank you.
Thank you.
6.02.
Yep.
I
Yes,
did. It
I do
was,
too.
you know, I feel tanned and I am tanned. I'm rejuvenated. So I feel rejuvenated.
Okay, we are back to item 6.02, personnel, Dr. Alato.
Thank you, Madam President. I recommend the board approve the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Ms. Howe?
I have.
Oh, I'm sorry.
my
I missed
wife.
Ms. Schalheim.
I just wanted to say that 46 of the 69 leaving us are leaving to teach elsewhere. bringing with them 462 years of experience combined. Thanks.
Ms. Howe?
Miss Amasori?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Section 7, consent items, award of contracts. Ms. Omasori.
Motion to bundle 7.01 through 7.13.
Second.
Do I have consensus to bundle? All right. Dr. Arlotto.
Madam President, thank you. I recommend that the Board of Education authorize the award of contracts listed on today's agenda, 7.01 through 7.13.
So moved. Second.
Any questions, discussion? I had something last night, but I've lost it. I don't think it was a make or break thing. So, Ms. Frank.
I have just a minor comment. Mr. Zegnovich, I do want to thank you. I went through some of these and I was trying to find a way if there was any of these items that could be taken care with some of our ESSER fund and some of our federal funding. And unfortunately, it does not seem to be the case, but I do want to thank you for just going through it and answering the questions with me and making sure that, you know, we're saving as much as we can and using our money wisely. Thank you.
Yeah, I've lost it. All right. Ms. Howe.
Miss Amasori?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Section 8, review items, award of contracts. Any questions, discussion? All right, that completes our agenda. Our next meetings, our next general board meeting will be Wednesday, September 1st at noon. Policy Committee will meet Tuesday, August 31st at 3 p.m. That is a virtual meeting. Budget Committee will meet Tuesday, September 21st, 3:30 p.m. That's a virtual meeting. Equity Committee, Tuesday, September 14th, 11:30 a.m. That is virtual.
Motion to adjourn.
Consensus?
Consensus.